Good morning. This is English channel testing. Can you hear me? Okay.
This is English. Good morning. Good morning. This is English. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. I'm just okay. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just changing the channels. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
At what time we'll be starting? The question to the organizers.
I think we are ready, Sanjeev. So just
Hi.
waiting for the green light from them.
Yeah. Hi, Vani. How are you? We met at
I'm
Abu
fine, and
Dhabi.
you?
I'm good. Great.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are in Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, I was the ISAR chair for 40th session.
Oh, yes, but you are not in Abu Dhabi right now.
No,
You
right
are
now
back
I'm
at
in
home.
India. I was at Dubai for first week of COP28. Now I'm back in Delhi, India.
Yes, yes. I'm back in Brazil as well.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready to start?
Так, ну что, Милан, папа наш. Начинаем.
Дорогие друзья, коллеги, доброе утро.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, good morning. It's with great pleasure that I welcome all our participants present here in this room and online. I would like to say that we actually love our today's role because this is the closing session of a very important event, COP28, and I think it's a huge priority for us. So I would like to say that we can have a very honest discussion. Maybe we can cover the topics we have touched upon during the COP and maybe advance some new propositions. Whom am I talking about? We have a team of stars today, so I would like to introduce our speakers. So Ilya Torosov, so the first deputy of the Minister of Economic Development of the Russian Federation, Natalia Stepanenko, who is the Vice President of the International Relations of the Central Bank, Mr. Moroshnichenko, who is in the chairboard of the VPRF, and also the Gazprom Bank is present. So we also have two speakers online from India and Brazil. So Sanjeev Singhal who is the chair of the 39th session of the session of the experts of monitoring and reporting, and member of the Certified Accountants of India, Evania Borged, who is in the board of the Brazil Accounting Commission for monitoring of integrated reporting, and I will moderate the session. My name is Tatiana Zavyalova, so I'm a Senior Vice President for ESG of Sberbank. So the topics for today, the topics of our discussion is how to close the climate finance gap, new approaches and mechanisms. And so if we look back at the previous days, the COP28, I think the key topic of our today's event, this year's event, are the topics related to huge amounts of investment required by the climate agenda. We had a very heated discussion regarding the participants, the sources, the mechanisms of investment. We have talked about sky-high numbers like $5 trillion, and now This sum has already changed $8 trillion, and with your permission, I would like to maybe express my own personal point of view. So this discussion is now getting towards like a joke. For example, there were owls, there were mice that trying to hide from the fox, and so they were advised to turn into owls, but this would actually be impossible for them. So we're talking about very ambitious goals. So I think we have to have these ambitious goals in order to reach their results. But I think that today we do not need to concentrate on this financing gap and try to understand where we could find this 5 or even $8 trillion. But maybe we should focus on what we are doing on a national level in our 3 countries present today, maybe the steps we are taking, the measures we are implementing, and our closest goals for this new period. I think the question for Ilya. So we are talking about the Ministry of Economic Development has been the driver of the economical development of the finance and of climate agenda. So you have built a huge infrastructure very much needed. There have been implemented a register of green units, the taxonomy we need, we already have. So we are now approaching the final stage of the Sakhalin experiment. So would you please maybe comment on the work carried out until now? What are your goals? What are the key results and maybe key issues you're facing? Thank you, Tatiana. Can you hear me? Yes. Your question is, so you're asking us to maybe summarize all the results on this final day of COP. It would took me a lot of time. I think we are one of the pioneers on the global level for the past 3 years, because we started from defining our goals, and since then we have developed all the needed infrastructure to cover a lot of climate agenda issues. We have this pilot project in Sakhalin you have mentioned that actually requires a very structured approach, quotation, fines, net zero approach, because we are cutting it by 10% in the next 4 to 5 years. I think this is a huge challenge for Sakhalin. The Sakhalin is in an island, so it has closed ecosystems, and we can actually assess the quality results of this pilot project. So it was our polygon to test all the advanced practices existing in the world in order to assess it and then maybe expand it. So what is infrastructure? It includes reporting and the emission assessment, the dynamics and the corporate level. So we are monitoring this process since the beginning of the year, because Sakhalin also requires very strict verification, that being an island. We have created the markets, we have signed the first agreements. We have the price of the carbon units around 850 rubles. We have created green finance, taxonomy, the verifiers for green projects. So we are ready. So we also provide SDG and public reporting on a voluntary basis for now, but still we are developing the following steps. So this is a huge, complex task, and I think we actually succeeded in carrying it out. So here on the COP platform, we can say that we have a system up and running, but maybe the issue that we face is the lack of the data, including all the monitoring results. So that is why last year we implemented a huge scientific data pooling project. We actually gathered 40 institutions, 6 consortiums on the national level in order to gather all the data regarding permafrost, deserts, the oceans, to build a climate model. And I hope that in 3 to 4 years, we will be able to gather the verified, very clear data, actually proving that the system we created is functioning properly. And in order for us to assess the results of the projects we are implementing from the scientific standpoint of view and the results we are getting, in order to avoid the risk of maybe building on the unsure data. So our goal is to get this really clear, true to life, verified data.
So we are a responsible player on the climate market. We undertook some obligations. We will cater to those. We will deliver on those obligations. We are following the strategy that we adopted, and we are reducing our emissions to until 2050, and we are aiming to achieve neutrality until 2060. The most important point is the gap in funding, and this is a gap in the perception of what we do. This COP has shown that COP is becoming not so much an environmental or research project as it was in Glasgow. It is becoming a financial event. So we have a climate agenda, we have a financial agenda. And here we're facing not only climate agenda, not only are we looking for the most efficient ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I'm talking about absorbing capacity. I'm talking about desertification, permafrost. I would like to focus on the most efficient technologies and the agenda that will make it possible for us to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And we have a little focus on the adaptation of the climate, and the financial allocations should be aimed at just this, exactly this. We need to find the most efficient solutions in terms of adaptation to climate, and we need to work on that. We have had 3 stages, and we need to continue our work. Going back to the COP, we need to understand that we are working on the global goal. We share the same world, and whoever finds the most efficient way to reduce the greenhouse gases, and whoever can maximize the absorption. If we're not even mentioning aiming at the target values, we need to move towards that goal. And if we have a free movement of capital, we will see a reduction in the price of a carbon credit. Some leading European and Western countries are not willing to move in that direction because they would like to protect their business. We will not join our effort. We're not looking for the most efficient solutions to achieve global goals. And as a result, we don't get a synergy effect from the whole world. We don't see that effect. Everyone works separately in their silos, and everyone aims to have some gains from the energy transition. That's a problem that we will need to address, and those issues related to the departure from fossil fuels and different aspects of sustainable development that are detrimental to other problems such as poverty and so on and so forth. So it's not about moving towards a common goal. It's about some financial benefits for certain players. That's why we are standing. We're committed to the goals of the Paris Accord, neutrality in terms of technologies, everything that's related to climate. We're looking for the most efficient solutions, and not every country. And every country has to be able to choose the most efficient ways to reduce the ways it uses to achieve common goals, to contribute to the achievement of common goals, and then we will be able to move forward. Thank you so much. Of course, it's difficult to it will not be possible to split the task between different countries, because we share the same planet, and we need to address the problems that we're facing jointly in view of the different peculiarities of each country. I will allow myself a little bit to be a little bit optimistic. So from a scientific climate-oriented discussion, the COP has become a financial or economic event, and we now need to secure equal access to technologies and to measurements, and I think we will be there. And in that connection, I would like to talk to Victoria Stepanenko and talk about the financial consequences of or the risks that we are facing. COP is talking about finance and businesses. This is related to some economic consequences of environmental changes, and over the past 20 years, the damage caused by climate change amounted to $16 million an hour. It's difficult for me to imagine, but it's the World Economic Forum is a very renowned structure, very reliable structure. So and they also think that if we implement the most pessimistic scenarios in global warming, about 59 countries of the world, including developed economies, will have their sovereign credit rating reduced, which will also have some financial and economic ramifications. As we can see, some central banks of those countries are paying increasingly more attention to managing physical and climate risks. Victoria, could you please say what the Central Bank of Russia is doing? What are you focusing on? And what goals are you setting for yourself for the years to come? Can you hear me? Thank you. Well, it's difficult to talk after such a presentation. The main points have been made. So let me focus on what tools could we use potentially. And you're quite right in saying that when you were talking about the financial system, we're talking about some physical risks, because the physical risks is something that one problem that the financial sector is also facing. It's like a system of blood vessels, something that we should use to fund our economy, and we need to put together the efforts of the government and to the financial sector to resolve those issues. We could compare this to what we're doing with orchestras. Any orchestra can only function when we have some tool, when everything is in agreement, when everything is coordinated. And that means that we're creating the tools that will help every country to find its own place in the new context. So in 2023, it was announced that the European Union adopted the taxonomy of green projects. It was not the first taxonomy. A lot of work has been done by the Central Bank and the Ministry of Economy. We have issued a taxonomy of green projects. And now at COP, we're hearing the topic of adaptation and transformation. And this is the issue that we should focus on, because we need to transform our economy. We need to improve the conditions of our manufacturing processes. And in 2023, we amended the standards of bonds emission. We now have climate transition bonds. We now have sustainable development bonds, and this is meant to bring about the change. Tool is quite a challenging one. Not too many bonds exist nowadays in the world. And we are following closely the practices that are being shaped in the world, and we are coming up with recommendations for the companies to shape the climate change strategies. I hope we can be done with this work up until the end of this year and until next year, and then we will be able to guide them along the way and help them change their business strategy, help them change their business model. And a number of banking institutions have shaped their own strategy of climate transition, and we would like to see what we are able to do for them in this respect. As for the infrastructure, in Russia there is a sector of sustainable development at the Moscow Stock Exchange and the St. Petersburg Stock Exchange alike. They might not be as particular in both stock exchanges, and $5 billion at Moscow Stock Exchange and I think $36 million at St. Petersburg Stock Exchange. But our companies are paying attention to this, and we should talk to each other. And it seems important that at our panel we have people not only from the Russian Federation, but from other friendly countries as well.
Важно использовать похожие инструменты для того, чтобы обеспечивать трансграничное движение капиталов и возможность реализации.
To ensure the transnational movement of capitals to implement transnational projects. So all the participants are ready, and we are all ready to work together. Yes, so we're getting ready for an international tour. I think, yes, we need to maybe continue speaking about it during our next panel. So this is great that we have already set the trend, and I think we will continue speaking about it on the next panel, but please feel free to cover all the topics to the extent that you would like to reach. So thank you so much, Victoria. Alexei, question for you. Since we are already talking about various, let's say, animals, I would also like to add one more metaphor. Confucius said, so if a person is moving towards a result, it's not the speed, but the constant movement, constant progress, taking steps on and on. This is what counts. So I think, Alexei, you could speak about the specific steps that the Russian Federation is now taking towards the climate transition and green projects. Also, we could talk about the climate adaptation projects. Here during the COP28, we are talking a lot about the mixed mechanisms for financing green projects. I think Russia has unique experience in this field. Of course, these projects need long-term planning of around 20 years. And so the standard bank procedures can hardly fit into such a framework and meet the requirements. So Alexei, please tell us about the factory of project financing. Your project, you have already issued 1.6 trillion rubles for project finance, already 2 trillion. So we can just look back for a second, because we're talking about this transition from environment to financing. We understand that there are expenses and there are investments, and these are two different things. When we are talking about reducing the greenhouse gases and decarbonization, we have to look back maybe at our school years, and think about intensive and efficient methods. So the intensive approach is actually working harder and doing what we are doing. But this is not our approach, because we do not need to reduce the amounts of production. So we need the efficient method. We need to make investments, manufacture product, inject some more money to maybe compensate the emissions to reach net zero as the final result. So when we overlap to these two things, we get a project we can actually submit to the bank. So we speaking about the investments that they have payback perspective, thoroughly planned in order to improve the environment situation, not to make it any more difficult. We know that there are laws regarding the hazardous substances in Russia, and I think we should apply this same approach to greenhouse gases. So the final result of this is that the projects that need to be submitted to the banks are the project for implementation of new technologies, improving the production, reducing energy consumption, cutting the emissions. So we're not talking about actually reducing our manufacturing, but replacing the old-fashioned, less carbon effective manufacturing with modern, more carbon effective manufacturing. So this project often already have some sources of payback, because we can reduce the consumption, and we can ensure the payback. So we actually improve our capex Of course, these projects take a long time to be implemented, so they need long-term investments lended by the banks and paid back by the borrower. I think we need to speak about sustainable finance also from the economic standpoint point of view, because we're not just talking about the environment in sustainable development. We are talking about constant development without bankruptcy, without shifting economic risks to those who cannot really face them. What does it mean? If I, for example, build a plant or revamp it, I need financing, a credit for 15 years. So if I cut the manufacturing expenses, it will take me around like 15 years to actually pay back this money. So the bank actually are not ready to lend this long-term credits. There are different interest rates. So, and we have to adapt to them. So we are obliged to pay various interest rates. And if the interest rate is high, I cannot really improve the efficiency. For example, if I had like this iron manufacturing equipment, it still produces the same like 100 tons that it used to be. So we cannot really pay back to the bank because we do not have any tools to do so. And if the bank just absorbs all the risks, it just actually loses its stability. So in order to find a compromise, we have this factory project investment. So our Ministry of Finance is actually acts as a buffer in order to implement this project, to operate it. So our factory is a tool involving web and commercial banks. Web has around 500 millions and the commercial banks around 3 trillion. So web actually can absorb a bit more banks, and the commercial banks need the pen bank of around 20%. So web actually is not losing anything. The losses is zero. So it adopts more risks, so reserves tranches for capex, and it also emits additional tranches which have like a lower price, 0.75% lower than the other prices. And the interest rate is also has a cap imposed by the government. So the borrower knows that they will pay a fixed rate, and the commercial banks know that we have this floating interest rates, so they are motivated to actually issue some credits for 15, 20 years, having a higher interest rate. So all interests are met. Web, thanks to subsidies covered by the government, actually has some profits. So there are losses only in like very bad years. For each ruble of capital issued to the web, we have around 35 rubles injected in the project. So this is the government investment. So this is a very efficient way of using capitals. Speaking about the green side of the project, 18 months ago, Web implemented a strategy which actually implies that all the projects we are involved in should have some social benefits, or the implementation of the cutting-edge technologies in the Russian Federation, because these technologies often lead to the cutting of carbon emissions. So all these projects actually help us build more efficient manufacturing capacities in Russia. We are not talking about cutting the amounts, cutting the manufacturing amounts. We are talking about more efficient production, also from the standpoint of the carbon footprint, which is beneficial for our planet. Thank you so much, Alexei. This is one of the solutions that actually helps us keep the traditional model of business, but at the same time helps us reduce the carbon capacity of the businesses. Just to go deeper into detail, which branches of industry are implementing this instrument, this tool? Actually, very different fields. So all the casting production, chemical production, oil, and so on. Katerina, a question for you. We have already talked about the practices and tools and the infrastructure existing in Russia. One question regarding more technical side. So Gazprom has been very actively involved in this green projects, has been pioneering these projects on international markets. So let us speak about your specific projects and the tools they're using, and maybe also your international experience implemented in this new reality. Thank you so much, Tatiana. Thank you for having me here. So to continue this discussion we are having now, I actually share Ilya's point of view. Actually, the infrastructure already exists. We can improve it constantly. Of course, there is no sky is the limit. But I think right now we are ready to succeed. It's very important to integrate the tools we have been using already, implement them in this agenda. And speaking about the climate change adaptation, in one of the past sessions, we actually talked about the loss of the thawing of permafrost is about $1 billion a year. Of course, it's a huge losses. So our bank is actually leading a lot of projects contrasting the climate changes. If we have the we have a portfolio for about $500 million. And speaking about the market of capitals, I think we have a great example about this, the corporate sector passing the line. So we have the taxonomy project, and the Ministry of Economy issued this project with the involvement of our bank, and we are using this taxonomy. So we issued the green bonds, which was verified for the first time by one of the leading Chinese verifiers. I think it is very important because this is the first time in history where the Russian taxonomy was used by a foreign verifier. I think it's a great example of the usage of the existing infrastructure. The issue was approved at the end of November. So that the rate is 25% and for 15 years. So speaking about, yes, so has it supported the green goals? Yes, of course. So, of course, it's a huge project, so we need a certain mindset to face it. So it was actually the first step to acknowledging the Russia's approaches to the green development. And as soon as we are going to chair the BRICS session, this is very important. I think we have to develop this common approaches, so we need to work on this. And again, I always invite the corporate sector to be involved in sessions such as COP and to spend just like a couple of days, but to actually stay longer and to build bridges with our colleagues, with the rest of the world, staying open, looking at the tools used all over the world, visit country pavilions. I think this is very important. Last year, we spent 2 weeks at the COP. It was, and it was the launch pad for our today's project. So we had a breakthrough this year. I think the openness to actually interact, to share ideas on a different level. It's very important in order to use and advance our infrastructure created by the regulators based on the agenda.
So one more important transaction that is worth mentioning is the portfolio of 30 billion rubles for green bonds. It's a format that's not that's unknown to the market yet. It's just a test of the market testing. So test the soils in the market, and we need to use innovative approaches in the market. We need to look out for new tools to implement our ambitious goals, and we need to work at the international level to develop new tools. That's why Gazprombank is developing new contacts within BRICS, within SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's about money and it's about security. Both aspects are important. So we need to use any international platform that we can. We need to be proactive. Everything belongs to us. Everything is in our hands. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ekaterina. Thank you for talking from the standpoint of the global agenda, and you understand that it's indivisible, and it's a great moment to talk to our international colleagues. And my first question will be to Mr. Singhal. Yes, so we have English interpreting, so if you wish, we have headsets. What I am suggesting to discuss, the problem of availability of climate funding is most acute for developing countries. We have witnessed this discussion this year and last year's, and the promises that were given by the developed countries to the developing countries have never been really delivered upon. But the climate is changing, and we need to adapt, all of us. And on the other hand, we need to somehow slow down this climate change. Experts say that for India, India will need 8 to $13 trillion to achieve climate neutrality. It's a huge amount of money, and we understand that. Of course, we have discussed this, and that in order to attract any funding, any investment, we need to secure transparency and some conformity of standards, so that the investors understand where and on which conditions we allocate our funds. Mr. Singhal, you have a huge experience in working with UNCTAD and other financial institutions in India and in the sphere of sustainability development standards. What role can the synchronization of approaches play in international organizations, and can it really contribute to an increased climate funding for developing nations.
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to present our views. I'm Sanjeev Singhal, Chair of UNCTAD 39th and 40th session. Synchronization is very, very important. I would also like to mention that recently our Minister for Environment at COP28 mentioned that in the climate adaptation, India will need about $7 trillion by 2030. India is very committed to achieve its climate goal under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. All said, when you say the synchronization is very important, I completely agree with it. However, the synchronization should be such which is meaningful. All the financial statements and the non-financial statements should speak one language. Data is the most important part, and today the meaningful data is missing. In India, we have BRSR, which is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. And India is one of the first countries in the world to mandate a reasonable assurance of climate information, rather ESG information, mandatory starting from this year. From last year itself, India has made the ESG reporting mandatory for top 1,000 listed companies, which covers about 95% of the market capitalization in India. And from this year, in a phased manner, starting from this year, the reasonable assurance is also mandatory. Having two separate set of standards, one for the financial reporting and other for non-financial reporting, will not do good to anyone. So hence I appeal that the International Sustainability Standard Board should integrate the two standards rather than having two different standards. Unfortunately, the sustainability, the S1, S2 are based on the IFRS, which is not the right thing. What we need is the non-financial data. I would strongly urge for the BRICS country, which are largely present on this call also, that we need to develop key matrices. For example, in India, we have a credit information bureau, which gives the credit score of an individual or an entity. We need to develop a green score, that how an economy is doing or how an industry is doing on the green score. And if the transparency is there in the calculation of this data, and the data is used consistently across the world, this will help in monitoring the performance of the entities which are seeking green finance, which are getting green finance. But being a professional accountant, I would tend to agree that data is the most important thing, and the synchronization of the standard to compute the data is very, very important. India is doing some pioneering work in this direction and would be happy to share its learning with the other countries so as to achieve the goal of one earth, one family, one future, which was the theme of our G20, which was recently held in India. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, господин
Thank you
Сикхал.
so much, Mr. Singhal.
Что действительно в Индии очень развиты ESG-практики и уровень работы с данными в области климата и ESG, конечно, на высоком уровне сейчас. У нас представительство в Индии у
I would like
Сбера.
to say that Sberbank has an office in India, and we are working we have a particular stream that means that we work with the data according to the.
Если вы позволите, мы
If you allow, yesterday at COP we discussed the creation of a platform to synchronize approaches in the sphere of climate. BRICS Plus. What's your expert opinion? How do you view this initiative of creating a climate council under the auspices of BRICS? Would it help the BRICS countries to harmonize approaches, and as a result, could we increase the turnover of finance resources allocated for climate. Thank you so much. It seems that we've lost Mr. Sikhals. Yes, we might
No,
have some.
I'm there. I'm there. I agree with this view that if a climate council is formed at the BRICS level and a synchronization of approach happens, and BRICS contribute a very large portion of the working population, of the total population, of the production, of the GDP, etc., that would really help. And the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, which is the world's largest professional accounting body, will be happy to contribute its own bit, its resources, its technical expertise towards this climate council at the BRICS.
Рада слышать поддержку из
I'm
ваших уст.
happy to hear support from you. And my next question will be to our speaker from Brazil. I would like to ask Mrs. Margaret. Brazil, like other BRICS countries, requires a lot of investment for decarbonization. According to the data of the World Economic Forum, the country needs more than $200 billion of investment just to reduce greenhouse gases by 50% to 2030. Mrs. Borget, what steps does your country take to mobilize necessary resources? And what financial mechanisms and tools is Brazil using to attract climate investment and securing international resources?
Thank you for the question. It's a pleasure to be here to discuss a topic that is so important for all of us. Brazil has a strong necessity of investments to solve the environmental, social, and governance problems. But at the same time, Brazil is in a very privileged position because it has clean energy, it has natural resources aplenty, and it has a people that is united without internal disruptions or segregations, and that is very positive. But we are early in understanding that the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations really represents a message that is truly strong and not necessarily well understood by everyone in the global. What United Nations try to do in the 17 Sustainable Development Goals is to call our attention to two things. First of all, that we should take care of the basics, because if you look at the 17 development goals, they are not something complex. They do not involve huge investments in technologies that do not yet exist. They want us to solve hunger, education, health problems, and the basic of the basics. And it is important because if we do not build on these fundamental things, we will not have a space to go beyond that. And sometimes we are wasting time and wasting resources trying to do the impossible. And those who are so simple for us to solve are put in second line. So that's something that we are trying to do in Brazil. Another thing that the Sustainable Development Goals show us is that there is still time for us to solve our planet. It is cheaper, despite the fact that we are talking about financing sustainability in this panel. It is still cheaper to solve the problems of the planet that we have than to give it up and move to Mars. So we should take the procedures that are necessary. I'm not a sustainability person. I'm a financial one. I'm an accountant and love accountancy. And I think that my main contribution for this process is exactly in terms of transparency, because we understand that government in a standalone basis will not be able to implement the investments that are necessary to solve the problems that we plan to have. But neither will the private sector be able to do so. So we need both private and public resources being put together in order to invest in what must be done in order to solve not only the climate problem, but the social one, the other environmental problems as a whole. So we need to work together, both the private and the public sector. And investors are willing to do so, but for them to put their resources in this kind of project, it's not that they are not convinced that it is necessary, but sometimes those investors get confused because they realize that the governments are not exactly aligned in this purpose. Sometimes we have the impression that governments treat this situation like a family that is in a boat that is sinking, and then the younger brother would say, I will not help it because it was my elder brother that made the plunge in the boat. So why should be I to take out the water that is inside? We do not yet realize that we are together in the same boat that is sinking. So we are still wasting time trying to find guilty parties in order to blame about the problem, instead of getting together and try to reach to a solution that is good for all of us. And there is another problem in connection to that, is that sustainability problems are not solved in the short term. And so if you do not try to implement solutions right now, our grandchild will not have any hope at all of living in a better world. So to deal with the anxiety, because in general, in financial, we want to plant in the morning and harvest in the afternoon. In sustainability, we cannot do that. We must start doing things right now, even conscious that we will not be the ones to see the fruits of the solutions that will be implemented. That's something that is difficult to negotiate among government, because government want to put a tag, it was made by me. And so in sustainability, this is something very difficult. Another thing that is essential is that we give space to innovation, because we sometimes think that we will be able to do business as usual and be able to state that we are being more sustainable despite that. We are not asking companies to give up profitability. It is essential that businesses are profitable, that they are successful in order to generate employment and well-being for everyone. But it is also essential that we try to find new ways of doing our business in a way that is less dangerous for the status quo of the planet. And it is possible with innovation. And that's why we strongly believe in reporting. We strongly believe in information, in data, as Sanjeev was telling. Brazil is pretty much compromised, committed with IFRS Foundation in the standards that will allow us to speak about sustainability in a global basis. Because we will not know how far we are from our objectives if we are not able to generate good and reliable reports of the situation that we are in this moment. And you, at the same time, will not be able to evaluate our effectiveness in the projects that we are trying to implement if you do not have reliable reports. And so we created an institution in Brazil, CBPS, that is the one who will be translating IFRS standards and try to implement. Brazil was the first country to assume a commitment to implement IFRS 1 and 2. And as Sanjeev said, is happening in India, will require reasonable assurance because we want to reduce the possibility of sustainability being used as a greenwashing. And additionally, we are pretty much engaged with the international standard setters because we understand that we need a standard for reporting the actions, but we need also a standard for assuring the reports that will be generated, and IAASB will be taking care of that. And we also need strongly ethical fundamentals as a basis for everything, because sustainability information is in general qualitative information, and we need that the ethical principles are observed. And so IESBA is taking care of preparing the ethical code in order to be used to give reliability to the sustainability information that is generation. If this information is reliable, then investors will not have doubts that sustainability can be good business because they will be able to follow the effect, the results of the projects that they are giving support to. So in Brazil, we are taking this quite seriously. And another thing that is very challenging is the capacity building. It's not enough that we have good standards for reporting, for transparency. We need to educate everyone involved to use these standards. So the transparent information will be there to be the ingredient, the tool for robust decision, both in corporations and in the public sector, and also for society, because society will be easily educated in what is really being done if it is so. In summary, the market has money enough to invest in sustainability, but they do not want this money being wrongly used by corruption, by projects that are not effective, and by projects that are not able to be synchronized with other countries, other jurisdictions projects. To solve these problems is like to deal with a very big puzzle. So if you do not talk with each other, what we are doing that a certain jurisdiction will not be able to be accommodated by another jurisdiction. So we need dialogue, we need coalition, we need union in order to have the results that we need.
Thank you so much, Ms. Borgen. With your permission, I would like to summarize your great speech. So, as I can hear, you are talking about the necessity to have a dialogue, the necessity for synchronization. Do you support support creating a climate council for the BRICS countries?
Yes, absolutely.
Спасибо большое, спасибо.
Thank you so much. So, dear friends, we have had a very fruitful discussion. I think we do not have time for the second round of questions. So maybe Ilya could address the second question. So would you please speak about the next steps in promoting, developing the sustainability in Russia, and how do you plan on building bridges with the international society? Thank you. So for the next steps that are planned, so we are now talking about a working plan, operational plan for strategy implementing on the national level. So it has been postponed due to the recent changes of the global level and the supply changes, but now we are ready to face this plan. So we are now talking to the businesses, to the government. So we are talking more about in detail about the quotation, the verification, the tax incentives, and also indexes for reducing emissions in various branches of industry. This is one of the key elements to reach our SDG goal. So we are now facing the in-depth assessment of this project, and maybe in the next 6 months we will be dedicated to this, and we invite everybody to get involved in this operation action plan. Speaking about our future, we have already said that the infrastructure is ready, so now we can synchronize it. So our next step is to synchronize the infrastructure and building like a common platform on the BRICS countries for the capital movement, climate issues. So as soon as we are going to chair the BRICS countries session, we are going to create a team group for climate action, and we invite our colleagues to join us because we are going to talk about the next steps, the verification, capital movement technologies, approaches, and the exchange of scientific data on the level of our scientific institutes for climate change, for modeling, both for the Russian and global economy. And I think this is going to be a huge hub for exchange between the BRICS countries. So these are our goals. And the third element is the mutual agreement for the approval of indexes verified. So we're going to work in this direction as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear colleagues, dear friends. And to conclude, I would like to say that the main take-home message from our today's discussion is that we are actually thoroughly prepared. We have the infrastructure, we have the tools, and a lot of these tools have already been approved and confirmed to be functional. And what's even more important, we all eager to be involved in the international cooperation. We understand how useful it is, how helpful it is for towards the more sustainable world. So I would like everybody who is interested to stay with us. Maybe we can just focus on the international dialogue during our next panel discussion. We thank our participants and see you soon. Thank you so much.
See you.
No.
I've been listening to all in English since morning. I've been listening. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
I think you will start understanding Russian.
Нас много.
У нас с вами будет один микрофон.
A lot of business delegations are coming from Russia to.
Коллеги, здравствуйте. Я рада
Dear
приветствовать
colleagues,
Сегодня уважаемых спикеров, наших
I'm happy to welcome our guest speakers, listeners online and offline at our second session that we are holding together today on the final day of the COP 2028. And we will be talking today about the topic of harmonizing the infrastructure of responsible funding in the BRICS countries, uniting our effort. And we're on the final day of our conference, which gives us a lot of room for maneuver, lots of opportunities. We have amassed lots of knowledge, expertise, and we have our own idea of how COP has been has been shaped, and so we more or less know what we should do after the conference. We are working on our responsible funding day, which determines our focus on the financial tools. But I think we are prepared to talk about the topic from a broader perspective. And our second session is dedicated to international cooperation. But before we start with our session, before I present our distinguished guests, I would like to express my utmost gratitude to a brilliant COP28. It has been a very friendly, very instructive, very useful event. And of course, they say that the environment that we live in defines the way we act, the way we behave. And I think our environment during COP28 has helped us bring the scientific and research stance closer to the business, closer to the different aspects of project funding and the like. Going back to our topic, the topic is harmonizing of responsible funding in the BRICS countries. How can we unite our effort on our way to the future? Natalia Marshikina, Deputy Director of Financing and Banking Activities and Innovative Development of the Economic Development of the Russian Federation. Victoria Stepanenko, Deputy Head of the Department for Corporate Relationships of the Central Bank of Russia. Alexei Miroshnichenko, the first Deputy Board Member of the Bank of Russia. Surinder Kumar Kamra, Master Club, India. We have a participant who will be online. This is our friend Mensei Yun from the Laboratory of Carbon Neutrality of the University of Tsinghua, China. Elena Botvina, expert for economic issues at UNCTAD Center for Innovations and Entrepreneurship. So, we'll be focusing on the topic of BRICS. Why? Because the BRICS and the BRICS Plus in the future will be one of the key alliances in the world, which brings together key economies in the world, which takes up a large proportion of global greenhouse gas emissions, and it's about 40% of greenhouse gas emissions worldwide, and it's rich in potential opportunities of climate projects, and about 30% of the whole potential for climate development can also be found in the BRICS countries. The BRICS countries are the countries where most people in the world live, and we can say that social aspects are crucial here when we talk about environmental projects. Talking about climate funding, experts say that the adaptation projects in the BRICS countries are estimated at $8 billion, and the prospects depend on our ability to harmonize regulation, on the methodological approaches to measuring the dynamics and the directions where such investment can be allocated, and of course on the transparency of our activities. But in order to harmonize anything, we need to understand that whether or not the BRICS countries have an infrastructure, a sufficient infrastructure to work towards decreasing the carbon intensity of our economy. Let us start with ourselves. Let us start with ourselves and look at how well our infrastructure of responsible funding how well it is developed in Russia. During our first session, we had the first Deputy Minister of Economic Development of Russia. He spoke about the progress that has been achieved in Russia in this respect, but we understand that we have a register of carbon credits in Russia. We're finalizing our experiment in Sakhalin, and I'm happy to say that Sberbank has launched this year the first private system of green certification, green energy, and we have finalized the first 6 transactions in this respect. Natalia, could you please share with us, in view of the fact that next year Russia will be the chair of the BRICS countries, we see that we need to harmonize our infrastructures. What mechanisms and what effort is being made in your ministry? Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Yes, Tatiana, you're absolutely right. So we need to create something before we start with financing, and such elements do exist in Russia, and all the necessary infrastructure for the responsible funding does exist in Russia, and of course the strategy of social development with low carbon emissions up until 2050 is a strategy which means that we need to achieve climate neutrality, carbon neutrality up until 2060, and the final goal is the use of sustainability development funding, and we have all the infrastructure that we need for that. And of course, we have the reporting system, we have a system of verification, and In 2023, we gathered the first 1,000 reports, and one positive factor that I would like to mention is that 25% of companies provide their reports voluntarily. In Sakhalin, it is the Sakhalin experiment means that the reporting is mandatory, and now we're analyzing this procedure, and in the future we're willing to scale that experience in our country. These reports were introduced for comparing the dynamics of this experiment and look into the regions where such measures have a voluntary, are voluntary. And of course, carbon credits can be used by the companies to make a smooth transition to the best technologies. And we have everything we need for that in Russia. As for the business the responsibility of the business before this government, we can use different international approaches, and we need to work towards a Russian standard of reporting. As for the financial infrastructure, it is key for responsible funding. We have a taxonomy of 2021 when there were criteria were formed for this. Then the amount of bonds, my colleagues will focus on that, is more than 375 billion rubles, which is about $3 billion. So the energy transition is key for us. It will enable us to use the mechanisms of stimulating the central bank activities for creating the taxonomy, and of course the collaterals by commercial banks was important because they can use the guarantees collaterals of the internal foreign trade bank. Well, in Russia, we have a mechanism for responsible funding and sustainable development via regulatory mechanisms. And as for the international cooperation, of course, we get back to the question of international cooperation. We need to transition from the national level to the international level. And the first step here will be the fact that Russia has criteria of green projects, and Eurasian Economic Community now uses those standards. In the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, we had an expert discussion. We talked about the ratings of our companies. Corporate management was discussed, so we shared different prospects to make our positions closer. As for the BRICS level, as you have appropriately mentioned, BRICS has a key role in resolving global and regional issues, and we had a declaration that was signed that includes some climate problems. In 2024, Russia will be the chair of BRICS, and we will discuss the climate agenda quite actively. As part of our preparation, we are suggesting that there is a contact group for climate and sustainable development, as we think it will create a fairly good mechanism for sustainable development, and we drafted a certain concept for that, a certain draft agenda for our chairmanship, and we'll have workshops, discussions that will help us define the potential directions of our cooperation. And accordingly, I would like to say that we need to emphasize certain key elements for our cooperation. It will be dialogue which has always take place on. We need to speak the same language. We need to create a uniform system of reporting as the basis for cooperation, as a baseline. We need to integrate the registers. We need to synchronize our approaches, and there needs to be a research component as the basis for the verification, so we can speak the same language.
Единиц как основа для обмена различными практиками, технологиями в этой части. И на самом деле я считаю, что это может быть фундаментальная основа для разрешения задач в этой сфере.
And I believe this could be the fundamental basis in this field. And the third element is the financial infrastructure for the movement of carbon units, capitals, investments for efficient cooperation in sustainable development and responsible financing. Thank you so much, Natalia. So let's move on. And the next question is for Victoria Stepanenko. Just recently, the Bank of Russia published the main development trends for financial market for 2026. And according to the published document, the expansion of the financial sector in sustainable development is one of the main trends for the Bank of Russia for the period to 2026. And I think the attention of the regulatory authorities is getting more and more important, not just in Russia, but all over the Russian. So because we have monitored the number of documents related to SDG, and we have seen that there has been an increase of 155%. And we're not just talking about the highly developed countries, but also BRIC countries. So Victoria, a question for you. So speaking about the work carried out by the Bank of Russia in the development of regulations and tools for responsible financing, what priorities could you maybe name? And then we will talk about the specific steps for harmonization cooperation with the international society. Thank you so much, Tatiana. So we have been talking about the orchestra because we have been having this music theme covered in a Russian pavilion. So we do actually have in Russia the infrastructure, the tools for sustainable development. And in developing this infrastructure and tools, we use the best practices of the international society, the European Union and other countries. And also when we developed our recommendations for non-financial reporting, we also used the World Bank standards and the Brazil standards because we saw that they had some huge advancements, and it was very important to include this in our taxonomy because the social factors are very important for us as well. So now that we have all the legal basis, the next biggest step is to harmonize and to exchange experience with our colleagues and partners. We can see that not all countries have yet developed the legal instruments to support sustainable development agenda, so we could actually share our experience or synchronize us. And getting back to the metaphor of the orchestra, it's not just the musicians, but the audience that count. And we now talk a lot about sustainable development. We need to include responsible financing, responsible business management, and I think responsible is the key term because the consumers, the corporate sector we are aimed at with our work and legal frame needs to be also involved in supporting them in their projects. So we can often hear these discussions about maybe implementing this bounding requirements set for the legal framework. So I would like to express my opinions. Yes, we could implement recommendations in the legal field. This might be an efficient, actually, mechanism. But the point is, if there are corporations are not ready to be responsible, the legal bounding framework will not actually make them do so. So I think we need to get this responsibility from the corporations and consumers and build bridges between the corporate and real sector. I think that would be the driving force. Another element of incentivation, and I would like to thank for this our panelists who were very delicate because they did not come straightforward to the incentive topic. But still, we need to touch upon this topic. We have indeed implemented some incentives for economy transformation, transition. And when we talk about transformation, we are talking about the incentives to be included in the projects, also next steps into provide incentives for green projects. And during our National Bank conference, we actually talked about developing such mechanisms, also expanding our limits for green projects. We hope that this is going to be approved and the financing is going to be injected. So I think we have implemented everything we needed to implement. And speaking about the international platform, BRICS arena is our top priority for further cooperation. I think we have a lot of space for this because we are talking about harmonization for data reveal, for the sustainable development tools in order to carry out transnational, transborder projects and capital flows. So I would like also to pay attention to maybe first creating the unified language for reporting, for data sharing, because otherwise we will be unable to provide limits and financing, because we need this unified reporting systems for building a sustainable development basis for all of us, finances, lawyers, politicians and businessmen thinking of investing. That would be the basic solution. So we need cooperation, we need multilateral dialogue. I think we could do a lot for each other. Thank you so much, Victoria. Given that we do not have like the unified standards, the tools for describing the same process in the same terms known to each other, we cannot really talk about the investment opportunities. That would be highly risky. We need to understand the costs. We need to have the common assessment procedure also for to evaluate the results. And speaking about this, I would like to talk to Alexey Miroshnichenko. Alexey, you represent VPRF, is the main center for developing methodology and implementing a number of solutions for financing adoption and green projects, climate-related projects. And of course, you're paying very close attention to international cooperation, which is very natural for a development bank. So we are talking to BRICS, Shanghai Cooperation, and Latin America representatives. And this year in May, you had a great event, a huge conference dedicated to ESG, to reporting, understanding, synchronization. And in this conference, a lot of representatives of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization took part because there are 3 BRICS countries partners of this organization. I took part in this discussion. It was very interesting. A lot of proposals were made. So my question, so what is going to be your plan for developing this work with the focus on BRICS countries, given being this our key point? What opportunities for approach synchronization do you have, and what steps are you going to take? Thank you so much, Tatiana, for your question. And the question is very interesting because in the first moment you would think there is nothing to synchronize. For example, when we talk about green taxonomy in Russia and China, there is 85% of overlapping because they are green taxonomies. So the differences maybe just depend on some specific traits of the economy that maybe are just lacking in the Russian economy, or maybe there's just something that slipped out of attention, but there are no big differences at first glance. But as soon as we think that it is not just like something scientific, theoretical, but this is a very practical mechanism. And behind taxonomy, there is also this day-to-day mechanism, verification mechanism, and reporting mechanism. We don't just have to coordinate our taxonomy, we need to understand how to verify it. For example, the first step is to agree and maybe approve the taxonomies, or maybe creating a modeling taxonomy, which is the overlapping sphere for various taxonomies. So we have the taxonomy modeling, and we have this green models on local levels. The second step is to verify because in Russia we have our verifiers, in China you have other verifiers, so we need to understand whether they trust each other. This is an important agreement. The third agreement, because every taxonomy actually binds us to provide certain reporting. So we need to get the approval of the ministry stating that the amount of reporting is sufficient. And we would also like to avoid creating obstacles for the issuing company, because there is this the term that has been used recently a lot. So we need to be client-centric. So the system needs to be very easy to use with very little transaction losses for both the users and the issuers. And if we create a very complicated system with a lot of mechanisms, multi-step verification, overlapping procedures, this would actually drive people away from this. So the ideal scenario is the mutual approval of taxonomies or reporting between countries. So if it's issued in one country, it's automatically approved as green in another country, and there need to be an agreement between stock exchanges in order to share the listing for green projects, but this takes a long time. So I think we need this task force, a group, a team, including maybe government authorities in charge of methodologies, because green taxonomy is under the government responsibility in Russia. So we need this body, authority responsible for implementing changes if we need to do this, for example, to synchronize them. So the Ministry of Economic Development should be involved, and the same level authority should be involved from other countries. So there needs to be this inter-authority agreement in order to implement the same changes, same standards for approvals, same stringent measures, same levels of control. For example, if we need to have the same number of specialists, terms of time involved, so we need to find compromises. This is a long process, and I would say that given how much importance was given to the development of the taxonomy in each single countries, we will need a lot of time, like around 2 to 3 years, to harmonize, to synchronize these taxonomies. So we need to set a goal, create a task force, a permanent task force that will be involved for this next 2 to 3 years in updating our national regulations and reaching like a common agreement, setting a framework. I think this is a realistic goal. It's challenging, but still feasible. And I think this could be one of the goals for Greeks next year.
Yes, Alexei, thank you so much. It's great that you mentioned the key requirement of making this system not too complicated, because we know that the regulators are responsible people, and striving to make it an ideal system, they make complications and may endlessly introduce complications, which makes it a tool that's difficult to operate with when we are creating such tools as ESG reporting, ESG scoring of our clients inside the Sberbank structure. We cannot we're not able to know everything about our clients. We would like to learn about them. This will push our clients from ESG agenda, although our task is quite the opposite. We need to promote, help, and assist. So we need to keep this in mind, and we should be able to do this. And of course, it takes 9 months to give birth to a child. It's a collective child, so it means that the time frame should be longer. Thank you, Alexei. Let us try to listen to an international opinion on our topic. I would like to ask Mr. Kalra. Once again, good afternoon. And before I ask my question, I would like to thank you for the wonderful present that I put on for this session. It's a symbol of shared values, shared approaches, and shared views, and a shared understanding of what is beautiful. Thank you once again, and I would like to talk to you based on your experience. And you have been actively involved in implementing the roadmap for climate funding in G20. And this roadmap, one of the conditions for the localization of the private and governmental environmental funding was making our approaches closer to each other. So how can we make unified approaches, and how are they formulated in the Delhi Declaration of G20? And of course, we would like to ask you, what challenges do you see for the BRICS in this sphere? and what solutions would you like to suggest? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And G20, I'll straightway come to the point. The New Delhi Declaration in the G20 in the month of September is one of the most important and successful declarations which any international agreement would have had it. And without repeating what my two professional brother from India and sister from Brazil have said, I'll straight away come to the financing part of it. And reporting part, all of you have discussed about the taxonomy and other things. Regarding reporting, one point I would like to say is that in the G20 declaration, the African Union has also been invited and become a member of that. EU is already a member. So that takes care of almost 80% of the global GDP. And in that, they have very well categorically adapted the S1, S2 to be implemented and customized as per the local requirements of each country. And TCFD, already there were many standards like this. TCFD is also supporting S1, S2. IFAC in USA, they are also supporting that. And IFAC has come out with an assurance standard, which is almost 3-4 years old. That is number 3000. And they have come out with a draft called 5000. And the exposure draft is under discussion. EU has only 2 days ago, they have declared that this exposure draft is one of the best drafts for assurance purposes, for ESG purposes. So those things can be taken together. And as far as uniformity of reporting is concerned, I say normally that evolution is the best process. Slowly we start with it and every country can customize it. I'll give you one of the best examples. The UN SDGs were declared in 2016. Climate Finance Agreement also came, Paris Agreement that time itself. Now, what we have done is within 2 years, we have customized the UN SDGs into 9 targets. And we have implemented what my professional colleague from India was telling, which has become compulsory for 1,000 big market cap companies, which takes care of the more than 90% of the market cap in India. Along with this, these are our BRSR standards. Along with this, we have set up another stock exchange under the National Stock Exchange only, that is called the Social Stock Exchange. All those companies which are NGOs and are the main object is to implement and take up everything is covered in the 17 SDGs. So those, we have set up a separate stock exchange for them and separate instruments are there. There is one of the most important funding instrument is zero coupon, zero principal, and which is becoming very popular. Initially, long time back, almost 6-7 years ago, around 6 social stock exchanges were set up. And out of that, 4 have closed down. And now 3 are there. Singapore, India, and Canada. So all those things taken together, India is, as the social stock exchange, is progressing a lot. So when we talk about the team to be formed out of it, we can even give these ideas how to have the social stock exchange implemented. It is not only that the bank financing or the central banks are involved in financing these projects. It is the stock exchanges also. There is one organization called, under the United Nations, Sustainable Stock Exchanges. They have on their website given the figures, and they have given 9 criteria how the stock exchanges should behave as far as sustainability is concerned. In my analysis, we have given that out of the BRICS countries, there are 2 stock exchanges which are registered with them, and they are their members. Out of the 9, I'll read out those 9 criteria, they're very important. There are 122 member stock exchanges of that, 64,000 listed companies, and the market cap is almost $125 trillion. And the 9 criteria are the partner exchange, has annual sustainability report, ESG reporting required as a listing rule, has written guidance on ESG reporting, has ESG related training, what we are talking about capacity building, market covered by ESG related index also has to be there. It is not that we talk about index of a petroleum company, we talk about a cigarette company, we talk about a drugs company, like that. It has to be all sustainable. Then market covered by ESG related index, has sustainability bond listing segment, separate bond listing, which are ESG, has SME listing separate. And one of the most important is when we talk about gender equality in the United Nations SDGs, the women in the board for the machinery purposes. In that, we have done the analysis for 9 stock exchanges, which includes not only the existing 5, but the new which are going to be added in BRICS, which are going to come from 1st of January 2024. I'm very happy and proud to say that both the Indian stock exchanges, they rank first. They follow all the 9 criteria. Even though the Hong Kong Stock Exchange follows all the 9, but China has got 3 stock exchanges which are members of SSE, but the other 2 don't follow. So as such, the China then ranks 4th. The second rank goes to Egypt. The third rank goes to UAE, Brazil, and Russia. And China is 4th. South Africa is 5th. Saudi Arabia is 6th. And Iran is 7th. In fact, they are not following most of the criteria, as far as one is very important is the women on the board and other things. That also we have been hearing a lot. So all those things have to be taken together. It is not only the taxonomy for financing by the banks, but the taxonomy for the stock exchanges, that is very important. When we talk about private finance, the private finance comes from the stock exchanges only. It is not that some private equity fund will also come. India has also our SEC, what we call as SEBI. They have also issued guidelines for private equity funds that almost 65% of the funds should go to the companies which are fully following the ESG norms. So all those things taken together, a lot of things are working on the ESG front in India. Another important, very important point which I want to bring here is that when we talk about, it is not only the 6 new members are going to come from 1st of January, there are 20 more offers and 40 more offers. So I here pronounce that it is not, it started with BRIC, then it became BRICS, and now it is BRICS Plus. BRICS Plus is, and all what I have heard from all my friends which have come from Russia and other countries, that it is Renaissance BRICS. BRICS is going through a renaissance, and I would say that 2024, under the leadership of Russia, the 2024 year should be declared as BRICS Renaissance, so that all these countries are coming up and they are going to take care of the ESG thing. And another important thing which I want to mention as the financing instruments, when we talk about financing and other things, most of the investments and the banks, when we invest into any project, we calculate a ratio called VAR. If VAR is the risk analysis of that project. And there is a term, if we prefix climate before VAR, we should take the climate risk into it so that we do the green financing out of it. Similarly, I have even in the month of August, there was a meeting in Geneva with UNFCCC, and till now, it's closed door, we are still working on what is the definition of climate finance. Even our minister has on last Saturday in COP28 declared that at least come out with what is the definition of climate finance. And I told them, I'll give an example. What is common between you and me? Agreed, you are a female, I am a male. But what is common between you and me is that we belong to a biological species called Homo sapiens, we all. And Homo sapiens were, as per the theory of evolution given by Darwin, that we all had ancestors who were like monkeys, and they had tails, and we have 7 vestigial organs. One of the vestigial organ was tail, which has vanished because we stopped using it. Another important is hair, which is joined between the large intestine and small intestine, and the food particle goes there, we have trouble there. All those things taken together. Similarly, through the process of evolution, we have become human beings which are so beautiful as compared to gorillas or monkeys. And we have better brains also. Now, that is what I told them. Now, halfway through, we started in 2016. 2030 is the target. 2023, 24, we are there. Another 7 years are left. So at least come up with some definition. Whether, I don't think it will be a crude definition. You come up with a definition, and through the process of evolution and customization of each country, they can move progress and make some modifications and customization to it. At least come out with some definition. And I even told them that let us have the target at COP28. We are left with 2 months, that we should at least declare what is the definition of COP. But I would give my definition, and I think most of you would agree with it. I say that any funds transfer, whether by bank or any private equity fund, or by even development financial institutions, if it takes care of the following targets, is 1 minute. Adaptation targets, sustainability targets, loss and damage targets, and even controls the emissions 1, 2, 3. I include in this not only the fund transfer, but also the subsidies which most of the governments are giving for even for the fossil fuel usages, direct and indirect taxes subsidies. And I also include in the funding part of it, any finance is incomplete without the risk mitigation by insurance companies. If she wants to finance an asset, unless an interest is properly insured, she will not finance it. I know that. Similarly, there has to be proper credit rating also. I have recently read a credit rating for a tobacco company being higher than Elon Musk's car. So how do we compare all those? There should be a green word added to everything. And as she was also telling about the rating part of it. And if this thing comes up properly and there is a uniformity in such things, it will be wonderful then. Another thing which I want to talk about the financing is, and the reporting part, they also have, we had 3 sessions in Abu Dhabi on ISB, this thing, and working on UNITED standards also of our reporting purposes. And it is not the financing which I talked about VAR. There are, what the classical financing has been going on, even with the World Bank and the other institutions, is that they are looking at the mortgage part of it. And the mortgage should be a multiple of the ticket size of the loan given. What we are talking about when we talk about UN SDGs, OECD, UNEP, they come out with standards called impact standards. And they have come out with impact standard booklets also for equity and bond financing. If instead of looking at the mortgage part of it, being a multiple of the ticket size of the loan, if we look into the impact part of it, it will be very good. That how much this project is going to give a social impact to the society. Second is, instead of giving a moratoria for certain projects for minimum, say 3 years, 36 months, because the green projects going to have little more higher moratoria, they can go to 5 years or 7 years. And third thing, which our new members are going to come into BRICS Plus from the MENA countries, they have a concept called Islamic finance, which is not there in most of the countries, and it is prevalent there. Islamic finance is a product which comes from the Holy Quran. As per the Etihad also, the interest chargeable is called riba, is haram. Haram means it is prohibited. So it only works on the principle of profit sharing, and you become a partner in that, and you become a on the profit when it is making profits. You also take share of the losses also, because when we lend, we don't take care of the losses. We want our interest back. If the interest is not being given back to us, we declare that it's a non-performing asset. So all those things taken together, I would even request, there is an institution in Manama which issues standards for Islamic finance, but they have not come out with similarly like what IFRS S1, S2 has done. They can coordinate with IFRS and come out with Islamic finance sustainable standards. It will be wonderful, and it should be promoted at least among us the BRIC countries. That is my advice to the BRIC countries. And something very important which I want to say about the climate Paris Agreement is that any agreement is incomplete without dispute resolution clause. Everybody is disputing, everybody is burning his blood and talking about and getting onto the nerves that this country's emissions are very high, these countries, but they are not compensating. Vanuatu has gone to the International Court of Justice also to get some compensation out of it. Pakistan, Indonesia, Bangladesh are talking about reparations also. So how are they going to get it? Only problem is that it is with great difficulty that loss and damage fund has taken birth in this COP itself. It took birth in the previous COP, but some funds have started being committed into this COP. But the problem is that there has to be some risk mitigation out of it. If a petroleum company's refinery is going to come near my house and they promise that, okay, we'll take care of all greenery, we'll take care of sustainability, we'll take care of biodiversity, everything, but they don't do it. So what is the remedy? If I suffer cancer, my children suffer bronchitis problems, what is the remedy for us? So there should be an arbitration clause so that they're going to compensate. There are two very important cases, UNCTAD has reacted to that, which were decided by the arbitration center in the World Bank. These were between Colombia and Canada. Another was with Egypt. They have lost those cases. The governments have lost those cases. They were trying to implement the strict environment laws after the investment agreement had been done for their foreign direct investment. Now, if this is UN sectoral laws for arbitration have become a hindrance for green FDI because of these two cases which have come up, and BRICS countries should take up in their roadmap that there should be a solution that climate finance or climate sustainability regulations overrule the UN sectoral or the investment agreement because they are for the benefit of the entire country and the society. This is one of the most important things which I wanted to put up my thought process into that. Because I have not seen, even in the previous COPs, it has not been done. Another important point which was declared by India in COP26 at Glasgow was the process of life. Life, we can take it as lifestyle. It comes up with the idiom of the charity should begin at home. The charity should begin at home. If I'm proclaiming, giving lectures, talking at the UN level and everything, that there should be, you control greenhouse gases, but when I go back home, I waste water, I waste food, I change my clothes every 3 months and throw them. So all those things taken together, I have to develop those sustainability habits for myself, starting from my house. I go and waste electricity and power when I go to my office. The AC is on, I'm not there. So even for the air conditioning, an agreement has been entered into in this COP. So those are very important. So taking all those things together, India has come out with a concept called LIFE at COP26 that should be implemented and taken up by the BRICS countries. Because that is self-actualization. I'll give you an example. You see, we have heard about this Lord Buddha's story is there. After he attained knowledge, he used to go from village to village to give distribute his knowledge. And in the end, he would sit like this. People would form a row and come out with their problems and tell him. Like we go to the church and tell in their ears that I have committed this. And so a lady came with her son, young son. Lord, he takes a lot of sugar. Please tell him not to take. He says, come tomorrow. They come tomorrow. So 4 times she had to come. On the 4th day, Buddha tells that baby, don't take sugar. And the 5th day, he stops taking sugar. 6th day, she comes back and yells at Buddha. You could have, you only said one simple sentence, don't take sugar, and you stop taking. You could have told this on the 1st day itself. Why didn't you? Listen, mother, on the 1st day, I was also taking myself a lot of sugar. So I didn't have the right to tell your son not to take sugar. Next day, I tried to control myself. 4th day, I had taken 0 sugar. So I had the right to tell him on the 5th day. So that's why that impacted him. That is a whole story which goes into the lifestyle process. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, господин Калра. И я, вы знаете, полностью хочу поддержать вас в первую очередь в контексте того, что...
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalra. I would like to actually support you because we are not just talking about finance, we're talking about much larger topics. So we could just go back to our tomorrow's discussion, our previous session, because you had this great approach, I think. So your opinion, can creating there's a climate council for BRICS plus countries helps us face this complex issue, because this climate council would be a platform for discussing these larger topics regarding environment, adaptation, our lifestyle change in consumer behavior. What's your opinion?
She was not translating. I couldn't.
Excuse me, I've asked you about climate council.
Pardon me?
Is it?
The climate council at the BRICS space. Whether you agree with this initiative?
Yes, yes, yes. I agree with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And
Working group we are talking about.
is everything okay with our translating? Спасибо большое. И господин Калра...
Okay, so thank you so much. So, Mr. Kalra, I would also like to ask you to stay in touch with us, because we have a huge Sberbank representative office in India. We are now working on the first SDG strategy for our office in India.
Again, Russian. I want to listen in English, please.
Okay, excuse me. Where...
Maybe you can replace.
Okay, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Would you like me to repeat? What do you think? Is it?
Yes, yes, yes.
Well,
so we are now working on the development on the first SDG strategy for our representative office in India, and if we maybe can help each other, that would be great. And also when we are talking about harmonizing and building bridges, cooperation, I think the best example is like this specific focused cooperation. So maybe what kind of examples could Sberbank provide? For example, this is the main driver for Islamic financing in Russia, and we could cooperate in this field, and maybe the launch from the Indian office of one of the projects. This is the first thing. And the second thing is that we have launched the green certificate in Russia, and this could be also transferred to India as a solution in order to maybe implement this shared experience. Thank you so much. And I would also like to And I would also maybe like to address another part of our world, our huge BRICS map. And now let's talk about China. So we witness like this huge progress in China. It is now the world leader in renewable energy. and it has become the leader in a very short time, and it was done thanks to extensive investment in green technologies. In the 6 months of 2021, China invested almost 50% of green investments on the world level. So I would like to ask a question. Mrs. Sang-Yung, what are the specific steps that have been taken in China that actually helped you reach such extensive growth and leadership in green renewable energy? What measures have revealed to be the most efficient, effective, and what part of your unique experience could be used by other BRIC countries?
Thank you very much for the question. I would like to take this opportunity to share our experiences in China. I think I should say it this way: to cooperate with the climate change situation, we always wanted to sustain our resources. Now, first of all, we are a developing country, and we needed to be in line with other developing countries. Secondly, we needed to cooperate with the international society to ensure this is a sustainable development. I believe the water, we believe we can think about the civilization. We have tried our best to develop this green development concept to improve the energy structure, and we invested highly in renewable energy. At the same time, China also joined the different international programs, and we have mechanism to develop that. For example, our One Belt, One Road initiation, and we tried to share our knowledge and experiences with other countries in the world. In more specific words, we focus in the following aspects. First of all, we improve our green energy and to improve the renewable energy to improve the sustainability. And secondly, we encourage and support green city development. And most importantly, China has been cooperating with the international society, and we push the green bonds to be issued for a sustainable financial situation, so that we can cooperate with another country. Now, we think the very important things, including we will improve the knowledge and education levels of the investors. I think all the BRICS countries should cooperate on that closely. And another point, thirdly, is that we need to establish a transparent mechanism. The supervision mechanism is very important for the whole investment cycle. And fourthly, we need to enhance the international cooperation and communication. All these steps will help China and all the other BRICS countries to sustain the sustainability and the responsibility. And I suggest we may take some steps between the BRICS countries. First of all, the countries and districts should clarify its own sustainable aims and actions, and to avoid waste of resources. Secondly, we need to share an international platform so that we can share our experiences and the best practice between all countries. And thirdly, all countries should positively join the international cooperation and, for example, investment or technology transferable. And we think all of these steps will help each country to establish its own location, and we believe we can realize this goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanyui. In fact, international cooperation is something that each one of the speakers is mentioning. So what's your idea? Does it make sense to have a single platform to discuss climate change aspects and such a climate council? Would it make sense?
Thank you. Is there a question? Hello, everyone. And so thank you very much. Is there a question? I think you have heard me, right?
Мы можем повторить вопрос, перевести вопрос мы можем?
Can we repeat the question, please?
Да, господин Сяньюй, спасибо.
Yes, Mr. Sanyui, thank you so much. And I will have a short question to you. Do you think that creating such a platform under the BRICS to discuss climate question, such a climate council, will it help us to bring our stances closer to each other and resolve our common problem? Thank you.
Thank you.
Окей, судя по всему, у нас есть определенные трудности с переводом. Я очень сожалею. Мы надеемся, что Китай нас тоже...
We have some difficulties with translation, and I hope China is supporting us with this initiative. Elena, I would like to address you. Our discussion is quite diverse. Everyone was mentioning the need for uniform reporting, and in the June of this year, the Council for Sustainable Development has published two standards of information disclosure, IFRS 1 and IFRS 2, and in support of the standards, and we have used G7 and G20 to promote those standards, and a lot of different statements have been made in support of those standards. UNCANT is playing an active role in developing new standards. So what are the key issues that those standards can resolve? Can we shape a single platform of reporting? And how can this help how can this help interact between the countries? Can you hear me? Thank you so much.
Все, поняла, спасибо. Да,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The question is quite acute, and it has been has resonated quite a lot. And we have some standards that are quite compatible, and they will help us to allocate capital for some meaningful goals, and it will support climate transformation in different jurisdictions on a global level. We're an implementation platform of ISSB, and in this there is cooperation for increasing the potential. We have some channels of cooperation and interaction, but I would like to say that this contributes to a decreased fragmentation of developing the standards. It will help us substitute an alphabetic soup by certain standards and recommendations that lead to greenwashing. So in order for the standards to be applied, we need to implement them in different jurisdictions, as well as increase our potential. And here we will have different situations in different countries, because the mechanism of implementation can vary. The national aspects and regional context can be different, and that's what we should take into account in BRICS. There are some arguments for ISSB. ISSB is a very authoritative institution that has been active in the harmonization and implementation of the different international standards. So we have some credit of trust. And the second argument, the second point will be that to our credit, that international experts have a consensus in this respect. We worked with the European colleagues, SRD, EFRAG. We had some pilot testing, ISSB. It's quite urgent to get it harmonized as soon as possible on the global scale. We have some cooperation with EFRAG and ISSB. We have some key principles that we adhere to. We need to get them coordinated, but we have achieved a certain dynamics and a certain progress. If any one of the colleagues visited the ISSB, the pavilion, the final number has been already approved. We had approvals from 400 organizations. The investment community with $120 million in assets, 50 professional organizations, accounting organizations that deal with increasing the potential. And what's most important is the jurisdictions from the regulatory viewpoint. There are 20 of them. That's from the early adopters. We need to, so among the jurisdictions that supported this, I looked into the BRICS countries. First of all, we have Brazil, the Committee for Normative Documents, Regulatory Documents, and the Commission for Bonds. We have also in South Africa and in China. So the region is present. They're not early adopters. So we create a favorable environment for further development. BRICS is a part of the international financial infrastructure on a global level, which means that global cooperation is inevitable. There's an issue of globalization. We're talking about adapt and adopt. It's not just a straight line. Those standards need and require a regional and international context. It's crucial that we interact. I would like to say a few words about our role as UNCTAD in this space. We are a partner for increasing the potential. We gave some comments during our discussions on IFRS 1, IFRS 2, and as a result of this, we got a working group on international standards and accounting and reporting. We are there since 1982. We harmonized international reporting, as that's our mandate. We need to attract responsible financing and sustainable development. We've been harmonizing a non-financial reporting. We've been waiting for the regulator to come, but we have come up with lots of different initiatives. As part of that, we have some technical aid tools. We've been working with environmental indicators since the conference in Rio de Janeiro with ISFR. We have a working group that elaborated the recommendations on the regulations on the contribution of private contribution to those indicators. So we touch upon different institutional, corporate management aspects. And this is how we made this environment, and we had an analysis in different countries. In Brazil, in South Africa, we had about three projects aimed at micro enterprises. There was not 100% compliance. The companies were, so we made it. It was a mind shift for us. It's a mentality that changed in the corporate environment.
So in some jurisdictions, the market actually moves from the bottom up, and this is great for us if that actually happens. So in the Russian business, we have partnered with Nornickel. I have seen the logo. I have not met their partners yet, their representatives. We had a very successful project, and also for our colleagues from the Ministry of Economic Development, we can see that the indicators of development, 80% of them have been coordinated with administration. We are building this favorable environment for strengthening the reporting system. Unfortunately, we do not have the time for the second question. We have a lot of information. And speaking about a regional partnership, the practice we are implementing that could be useful for regional cooperation. We have around 3 years ago, we created the first regional partnership for Latin America and Africa. That was for our technical assistance project. So they strengthen their infrastructure, prepare the environment, work with the government, with the private sector, do the capacity building, improve reporting quality, and also assess the input in sustainable development, because we are also the custodian for the implementation of methodology for SDG 6, 12, and 1. So we also work on methodology. And what is important is that at some point we understood what we are doing good. We have 58 participants in Africa and more than 40 in Brazil. And during our meeting in Abu Dhabi, we have proposed some international cooperation models. But according to our UN standards, we are monitoring our national and CNS countries So how would it be useful for the BRICS countries? So Brazil is Latin America and China is Asia. So our official delegation, including the Ministry of Economic Development and Central Bank, have supported this initiative, and Mr. Schladen from the Ministry of Finance actually took part as well. So we are building this extensive dialogue, including more than one regulators, because we do not want to just give this responsibility to some standalone regulator in order also to facilitate the private sector. So we also involve stock exchanges, institutions, scientific research, and enterprises, businesses. So we have this great platform that we are talking about. I think we are going to invite more partners to this Eurasian cooperation, also the Ministry of Finance of Belarus. So we have this great committee, great team, which is very useful. We do not have just regional mechanism for cooperation, for getting feedback. We need to build this horizontal task force and also the vertical committee. And so we are ready to help in this and share our experience for Russia and BRICS capacity building. So if we are talking about a perfect world, how much time would it take us to implement like this new non-financial reporting all over the globe? Okay, so financial reporting took us 25 years. For non-financial reporting, we do not have a planet B, as we say in the UN. So I think we need to very speed up, maybe use just like the 50% of this, and so to cooperate between other organisms, because we need to also understand the position of the African countries. We need to find this like the meeting point, create this global dialogue, but optimistically speaking, maybe 50% of 25 years is around 12 years. I think it's a very ambitious goal, but still. Okay, I wish you all the success. Victoria, a question for you. How do you see the initiative, and are you planning on taking any steps in order to adopt the potential new standards? What I would see that we have been taking major steps for implementing the standards. In 2020, the Bank of Russia issued the recommendations for financial information disclosure. And when we faced the need to develop the same recommendations for financial sector, we actually started from using more than 546 reporting models existing in the world. So we try to merge those standards to create the recommendations for financial sectors, because they also unite all the standards and the experience of Brazil for social factor reporting, because Brazil actually was the country that implemented the standards for financial reporting using the national component, and it was acceptable for us too. So I think we should continue working in this direction. Standards for financial reporting is the language that unites all of us, and we also consider other methodologies, the steps in order to speak the same language. And speaking about our steps for consolidation to strengthen the operation in the European Union and BRICS countries who are working in this direction, we have this dialogues with the countries of the Eurasian Economic Union and with BRICS countries in cooperation with the Ministry of Economic Development. We have submitted our proposal. So sustainable development is one of the main trends of market development, financial market development. So we cannot ignore these trends. This development should take part in national and international level in order to synchronize this, to create a system of wells for exchanging water, as we say. I click say just a short question. From the standpoint of view, will it actually make the implementation of adaptation and green projects easier, and the development, implementation of sustainable practices for business? So speaking about the synchronization, I would say that if we have some common international standards for information disclosure, we could maybe simplify for the national level, speaking about the taxonomy, the information disclosure. So if we have this common approach to reporting, then we would have less work to do for national level. Speaking about the financial institutions, I think they should educate our customers, and we would talk about reporting. Us and the corporate sector actually use some initial data as a base, maybe our database, or the requests of our consumers for responsible financing. So we have to cooperate, we have to educate our consumers, not just the financial institution, but the corporate sectors, and also the physicists who actually may be eager to invest money, because we're also working with investors for sustainable financing. That could be an extra step. We have not touched upon it yet, but I think this could be one of the bricks for building the sustainable system. Yes, I completely agree. Us from our end trying to get ready for implementing the unified reporting system. And during this year, 2023, we pioneered the automatic system for non-financial data collection for Sberbank. It doesn't apply to us directly, but to our affiliated companies, because they have different profiles. So we have automated this pilot project, and we have reached some successful results. We are ready to scale it up next year. So this is going to be the ready-made solution for financial market for non-financial documents. So Elena, we actually focus on your reporting while preparing this. Thank you so much, dear friends. We have reached the end of our session. Yeah, we have a question. Yes, before we had a question speaking about harmony and the golden ratio. Let us now address some questions. Thank you so much. My name is Sayes Koy. I studied in Russia, so but I'm originated from Chad in Central Africa. Maybe speaking for all the African population, the South countries, African countries, are actually facing this climate change impact. Our industry is not very much developed yet, but still. So my question is for BRICS countries, what's the policy? Do you have any adaptation funds supporting, maybe supporting the countries in the future in order to give them a chance to mitigate the consequences of they are impacted by right now? Thank you for the question. Well, I think as the moderator, I will try to answer your question. This is a very rightful question. And I think we started our previous session saying that we have been talking for many years during COPs about the obligations undertaken by the developed countries towards developing countries regarding climate change, and also providing the needed resources for adaptation projects and economy support, and targeting social issues in developing countries due to climate changes. But unfortunately, these obligations have not been fulfilled yet. They were formulated during COP in the framework of the UN programs. And I think for me personally, I see it as a very sad tendency, the trend to make promises, more promises, without having fulfilled, stuck to our obligations undertook during past COPs. We cannot say what BRICS countries are going to do in this sense, because as we have been saying for the past days, for now, there is no such dedicated department trend, climate-oriented block, but it's evident that we have to create such a segment. But for now, we do not have a solution, not yet. And I think one of the excuses for the developed countries for justifying the promises that they have not adhered to is the lack of unified standards and the understanding of financing flows. I think this is more of a technical excuse. I think there are also other factors too, but we will monitor the situation.
You see, there is one of the biggest criticism of the development banks like World Bank and others is that they had been concentrating on conditional finance till now. And it was only a couple of weeks ago before the COP, it was decided that these will work towards the blended finance. As for the definition given by OECD, it moves towards sustainable financing now. They had even the new president of World Bank, he had criticized that most of the funding done by the World Bank was not sustainable and green as per the nature, even though they were calling it as green. Now, second thing is, which is very important, is only 2 months ago, UAE has purchased carbon credits from Zimbabwe worth more than $2.6 billion. Similarly, all the African countries, what I believe is that they are abundant with the carbon credits as far as the nature and forestry, biodiversity and other things are concerned. They are having abundant carbon credits. You can have a good carbon market, which can be a source of funding. And second, only on 28th of November, 17 banks, big banks and funding institutions, they have joined to form a working group, what we are also talking about, the BRICS working group, to go in for and fix norms for sustainable finance. I would request that even the BRICS countries, some banks should come forward. And one of the biggest problem with that working group of 17 banks is that out of that 17, 12 are from USA, 1 is from Canada, 2 are from France, 1 is from Germany, and none of them is from the South. None of them is from the South. Who will hear our voice then? And none of them is from the controlling or the central banks of any of these countries. Nobody is there from the federal bank. Nobody is there from Central Bank of Germany or France or Canada. Nobody. only certain bankers have their joint hands to make certain guidelines for sustainable finance. I would request that we should have a proper forum in the BRICS countries also, which could constitute certain bankers and financiers, and including the central banks of the BRICS countries. And very important thing which I announced just now was that it was not me who announced, it was announced at the G20 that African Union also has become a member of the G20, and all the BRICS countries are also members of the G20. So it becomes directly or indirectly, everything is being taken care now. So all those, I would request that forget that past, even though it was not good. Forget that past. Let us look at the future, bright future, which is going to come with the change in the policies, the World Bank, African Development Bank, Asian Development Bank. Even there's a lot of criticism of the BRICS banks, which is working. It is only working on the Bretton Woods conference, which was there. Same principles which were founded in 1944. They are not only now, only on 2nd of December, the African BRICS Bank has announced that we'll go in for this blended finance, which World Bank has also adopted. So we are also facing those problems. It is not like that. Only thing is that we have a bright future. We have woken up, and our eyes and ears we should keep open, and we should work on this sustainability financing now.
Спасибо большое, Елена. Да, может быть, просто пару слов скажу для...
Thank you so much. I just will say a few words for the colleagues from Chad. At COP28, we have launched a net zero emission program, which was signed by the UNEP, UNEP-FI, UNCTAD, and this is one more example of how important international cooperation is, how important it is to exchange expertise and regulations on climate risks and climate disclosures that will be supported at all levels, and IFRS is one of the key participants. Mr. Carl Calera, thank you for your suggestion, and such a COP forum for the BRICS countries would be very appropriate. I think it will be very very good step. So it will be it will have a different viewpoint. It will have a different perspective. We have some differences in opinions. Dear colleagues, do we have any more questions? Well, to sum up our discussion, we have a certain event, so we would like to make our discussion easier. We would like to add some emotion. We talked about the harmonization of standards. Is there such a thing as harmonization? Can we find a key to some harmonized standards for sustainable development in climate funding for the BRICS countries? If I may, I will start with myself. For me, this comprises several parts. Social responsibility inside the country is the test number one. Preserving the pace of growth, responsible tackling of climate problems. We should be reasonable. We should be responsible and reasonable. We should not just get distracted and burn resources. And the third point is friendship and cooperation. For me, it's a secret of sustainable development in sustainable financing. What's your take? I don't know how formal this will be. For me, it is. Maybe it will be some summary of my speech. There should be multilateral level at national and regional level. We need to cooperate at all levels. And the second point is the infrastructure. Regional infrastructure is important under the golden section. So we should react dynamically. What we see now in 2, 3, 5 years, the picture will look different. So our rigid approach to national and international practices is important. Mr. Karla, what's your definition?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Да, можете ли вы дать
Could you please
определение?
give us a definition of the golden section in terms of sustainable development, the sustainable funding?
The golden definition was that what I feel is that there should be a ratio of sustainability and how much of it goes to the profitability also, because we cannot entirely depend. Any business has to have some profits and return on investment. Sorry. So depending on that, what we feel is that why not to have those ratios like climate VAR, Islamic finance, carbon credits, and even in the G20, what has happened is it is not only the sustainability and cooperation, which is already enshrined in SDG 17, the partnership. That is the most important thing. And second thing is that with the carbon thing, the G20 Delhi declaration says that US OCEAD should come out with certain guidelines for the valuation of carbon. And there should be prevention of money laundering. I still remember 2 months ago when we met at Abu Dhabi, there was a big announcement done by Saudi Arabia that they have come out with a carbon trading platform, which could cater to the MENA countries. Now, one question which I asked that lady was that how do you take care of cross-border money laundering things? Because what is carbon credit? It is nothing but trading with thin air. And it is a virtual asset. No doubt it is not fictitious, but still it is a virtual asset. And still the valuation norms are very flimsy as far as carbon credits are concerned. And if it is cross-border moving without any norms, how do you take care of any anti-money laundering things? So all those things taken together, I would suggest that OECD should come out with certain norms. And all the banks, to be very frank with you, when we are discussing with banks, why banks are slow and the stock exchanges are faster in coming out with the ESG norms. Because most of the greenwashing is taking place with the bank financing only. At the Geneva conference, I was discussing with them, with UNFCCC, there's a bank which is headquartered in UK, in London. They have financed certain projects which are sustainable in the Caribbean countries, but they have financed a merger and acquisition transaction in Canada in the mining sector, where a small mine, which was not at all following the ESG norms, has merged with a big mine, and all those things have gone under the water. So all those things taken together, the greenwashing is taking place maximum in the banking sector. So that they have to slowly develop and understand how to prevent that. And that's why the ESG norms are at the nascent stage, as for the central banks of most of the banks which I have been studying, as well as my own central bank. Those are the things which have to be taken care of. It is not that we'll rush to make the norms and then do it. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Алексей, коротко, пожалуйста.
Alexei, could you please be brief on that? Well, expanding on intensive and efficient, I would say that for me, the appropriate vector would be to maximize development. We have some developed countries of the north as BRICS countries. We have to maximize development without sacrificing sustainability, and not vice versa. That's brilliant. Thank you, Victoria. For me, it's just a 5-vector model. If we sum up if we presume something that will not decrease the quality of life for next generations, we have to be mindful, we have to be cooperative, we have So we have to have a long horizon, long-term planning horizon, and we have to have a clear language of interaction. Those factors are key to for this agenda to work. Natalia, what's your take from the Ministry of Economic Development? What? We're ready to discuss different issues. We are ready to talk about climate adaptation. We need to talk to speak the same language, but this language can be based on our common understanding. We have to have common grounds and common approaches to the regulation, to the verification, and one of the practical applications would be creating a market of carbon units that could be sold and that could be transferred in this market. Would enable us to work between different companies, different countries. So no barriers are possible in decarbonization because we need to work at a supranational level, at an international level. We need to be able to define the best ways of decreasing emissions depending on specializations, not only renewables, but also nuclear plants. And well, there is a role that ecosystems play in striking the global balance between emissions and absorption. We are ready to work with our countries, with our international partners to promote fair conditions for the market without using the climate policy as a tool for competitive struggle under this shared climate agenda. Thank you so much, Natalia. Thank you so much for such a good summary. It's a nice direction for our common shared work, and thank you for the participants of the discussion. It's been a great session. Thank you so much.
Микрофон будет у меня? Да, он уже открыт, хорошо. Дома с девушкой. Как матрица все. Я так говорю, я Друзья, нас мало, но мы в тельняшке. Давайте.
So, dear friends, there are not a lot, many of us, but we are ready to start our session. So, my suggestion is
Самым стойким тем, кто выдержал
to those who have actually endured this 2 weeks of the COP, please take your seats. Unfortunately, I do not have any motivational speech ready, so I cannot really justify your presence here in this speech on jam joking. But still, we will try to have an interesting discussion, interesting to us and to those present in the room. And we also had the streaming, so we will work for those who are listening to us. My name is Igor Karatetsky. I'm the partner of the CAP country in charge of sustainable development. So I will be the moderator of a very stimulating discussion. I think this is a very topical question we are going to address, which is climate risks. So the title is Financial Sector, How to Assess Climate Risk Materiality over a 2 to 3 year period. It's not just a trivial question, because when we are talking about climate, we are talking about 10, 20, 30 years, but we can see some shift happening in the regulatory sphere all over the globe. So together with me, there are more participants. Maxim Rozov, Deputy Director of Financial Stability Department of Central Bank, who is going to join us online, and also Silashini Naidu, who is the head of the ESG of Development Bank of South Africa. She's a bit late, but she's joining us. Nazar Satiriadi, Managing Director of Sberbank, and Alexander Kayavoy, who is in charge of the sustainable development on Roshydro. So I have already started talking about the climate risk, which is the cornerstone of the today's agenda, international agenda in general. So, and these issues are hugely impacting all branches of economy globally. We can just have a look at the latest reports by insuring countries to the losses they are incurring due to climate changes, weather conditions, and we're now trying to draw the results. We can see that due to heat waves, around 60% of global manufacturing has been lost. So if we are talking about the most unfavorable scenario for the next 10 years of temperature change, around 50 countries risk actually getting their credit ratings lowered. So when we are talking about climate risks and the effective management and limiting its impact on the financial sector, we are talking about the issues of preserving international finance stability, both national and international markets. So today we need to talk about the work carried out by regulators, financial institutions, international organizations in the field of the development of methodological approaches for the management of such risks, and what are the perspectives and obstacles on our way to integrating the risk management into the work of banks. And we can see, maybe due to the importance of this agenda, this past year, we actually witnessed a lot of initiatives started by the regulators. For US issued the principles for management climate risks. There were numerous initiatives from the network of the sustainability improvement from central banks. They also published climate scenarios and an approach to assessment of financial risks related to climate change, and also the impact of climate risks on credit policy was assessed. The regulator from Singapore published some recommendations regarding adaptation and net zero transition for financial institutions, and we are looking at the European Union. The European Central Bank published the warning in November for the 20 biggest banks, threatening them with fines for poor climate risk management. So that was an introduction in order just to set the agenda, the topicality of the issue. As we started from the regulatory issues, I would like to ask a question to Maxim, Mr. Morozov, representing the regulatory authority. Considering the initiatives implemented right now in the market globally, does it mean that the topicality of climate risks have grown greatly? And the second question, considering the global situation, the regulatory international agenda, what's the Bank of Russia position? Are they going to implement the international experience, or maybe propose your own approach? Thank you for having me here. Unfortunately, I can only join you online today, but still, I think we are reducing our cardboard print. So this is my small input in reaching net zero. Speaking about the climate risk topicality, I would not say that they have increased critically in this past months, but still they're getting more and more priority in the financial sector as well. And if we are talking about physical risks, we can see that the temperature on the surface of the land is growing and the climatic conditions are changing. The October this year has been the warmest month, and wildfires, floods, and the permafrost thawing and all other issues are of great concern for all the countries. So that is why the climatic fairness is in the center of this COP, and also the creation of the funds to mitigate this. Of course, they can impact the work of the financial institutions in Russia as well. A year ago, we assessed the climate risks and issued the report. We discussed it at the beginning of the year together with the market. and we have reached a new configuration for the risk assessment, and they are still very relevant today. Speaking about our international activities, we are actually studying the international standards and approaches to climate changes and trying to understand how to apply them in our country on our legal basis. We are using the best practices for the regulation of climate change impacts on financial sectors, studying the work of the international regulators for risk assessments and major players of financial markets and international institutions. The foreign regulators are actively assessing risks and development approaches for their consideration. For example, the assessment also can include the climate impact on financial markets. For example, we have developed a model for our stress test. We took as a base more than 30 stress tests that had been carried out before, but still we have some national traits that we have to take into consideration while implementing best practices. The balance might change because most regulators use the stable balance, which is going to remain unaltered within the forecasted period. But during the past year, there's been an increasing number of stress tests considering a dynamic balance, but these tests are usually not top-down. In order to implement them, central banks also involve international organizations and regulators in different countries, cover different scale of risks. Most of them only regard transition risk, and the physical risks are in the background. About 40% stress tests cover like mixed risks. And speaking about the financial risk assessment, a more detailed assessment for stress tests are the criticalities. Also, the level of detail is different. Usually, the microeconomic factors are used. Some regulators pay attention to branches, and also there are like different industries and contractors involved. In these recent years, the climate agenda has gained priority on the international level. Usually regulators adopt some very mild approaches. They assess risks, maybe try to make the financial institutions understand this risk and report. But for example, European Central Bank has more stringent requirements. There is a deadline for implementing such measures for financial institutions by the end of this year for the risk assessment, the risk management system. There are standalone cases that have some specific requirements. For example, Hungary, where we use the preferential requirements for capital of credit institutions, so they can lower the requirements for certain types of loans if there is a discount for the interest rate, so the green products.
We also look into the strategies of international investors, which set the trends for the markets, and we need to take them into account in terms of potential risks. Many Western investors have imposed certain limitations on different projects, and we've seen limitations on investments into fossil fuels. There's also a trend towards Asian investors becoming part of such practices. We've analyzed the policies of more than 40 countries of Asia, of the Asian region. Approximately half of them have implemented similar limitations, and a large proportion of them dealt with electricity generation by fossil fuel burning. We also exchange experience with other countries and other international organizations. We not only learn from the experience of others, but we also establish contacts with other stakeholders. It helps us build up on our own experience and expertise. We share our approaches with partners from different countries, from regulators on the Council for Financial Stability. We get interesting questions and valuable feedback. We work in the format of the G20 group, which helps us implement sustainable financing. We also reflect our Russian-specific features in international documents. We share experience and we share information in sustainable funding. Next year, Russia will be the chair country of the BRICS, and we will suggest that our partners continue working on transitional funding. We have a lot of topics for research and for the discussion, which is planned at the next meeting of our union. So that's how we see the risks, and that's how we will build our cooperation. Thank you for such a detailed overview of regulatory policies, and I would like to move on from the regulatory policies to practical aspects, to what is happening at the level of financial organizations in companies. The first question that I will ask will be addressed to a financial organization. The topic of our session is as it is. It's just called that way. I started with describing the situation on the global markets in the world. Maybe in Russia we don't have such a concentrated infrastructure as in other countries because we have a large area of our country. Maybe we have population density that's lower than in Europe. Some catastrophic phenomena can emerge a couple of years later. The annual estimates will be 1.2 trillion rubles. This is a huge amount of money, and it means that the financial sector that gives loans and gives funding for the real sector, the companies from the real sector, should think about they could manage climate risks. I know that Sberbank was quite active in investing into this sphere in terms of methodology and resources, the ESG risks, the climate risks. My question is to you, Nazar, why is Sberbank doing this? What does it mean for your clients, and what have you been able to achieve so far? Do you have any particular solutions? I would like to emphasize the example that you've mentioned. Almost no organization in the world will let you know how they calculate different losses and costs. So we have some macroeconomic evaluations and assessments. The question is, why do we need this? No one can answer this question. our colleague from India has shared with us the process of political endorsements and economical endorsements is quite a lengthy process that can take decades. It's not a mere coincidence because neither politics nor scientists nor business people have an idea how to coordinate effort in helping our partners how to cover the costs of decreasing the emissions. Most of the global economies are so much susceptible to those risks that if they pay for themselves, they will lose competitiveness in global trade and global relationships. No one will do this. Developed economies who have access to the resources could help the developing economies, but this is about economic competition. So why they should do this? It's not clear for us. This problem is quite obvious at the horizon of 5 or 10 years, and it's not obvious on the horizon of 1 year. So if we're to use that risk for a certain transaction, certain portfolio, we don't have those tools. The stress testing that Maxim has mentioned, sophisticated stress tests are owned by the IRS. There are some ways to translate major data to other major data. The European Central Bank analyzes portfolios over 20 to 30 years. I don't know a bank which has a bigger horizon of planning. We have our own tools that would have stimulus that would make it possible or feasible for us to integrate the risks into our pricing. This will be a driver of income, of profit, revenue, and we can work with those risks and the losses of clients means that their credit rating is being decreased. We have a platform that is based on scientific models that use artificial intelligence to forecast the risks. We do not talk about the volume of emissions, about some trends. There are institutions that do this. We are forecasting permafrost degradation. The models that we have make it possible for us to forecast those risks within a year or so. Then we can evaluate the economic component, accompanying losses, such as reevaluation of assets for a particular customer or client. In principle, when we started to use this for our stress tests, we discovered that the coverage of those risks is 8 to 10 times lower than is necessary for covering our risks. For example, building a shop that was washed away by a flooding, it will be 25 million rubles, and the insurance premium was 3 million rubles or so. So, which means that the risks are underestimated. Why? Because the methodologies and the models that are applicable to the past, they do not take into account the future risks. They cannot forecast those risks. They cannot give an evaluation of their value. So as we finance certain risks for our partners, we can have certain risks in our portfolio that we are not able to deal with. And the situation will not change during the life cycle of the loan. We have a video that we have recorded, that we have made. We will see how our partners is working. We see it in our tables, in our showcases. It is quite simple in the way it operates. have the physical nature of each risk. We have some proximity of the infrastructure. We have digital modeling, humidity, and for the permafrost, it's about heat conductivity of the ground, of the soils, thawing. It enables us to use to forecast each and every phenomenon for 1 year. So neither we nor the regulator is used to do this forecast the most of our risks within 1 or 2 degrees centigrade, and it's enough enough for a retail portfolio, some smaller enterprises. But as for the flyings, it's 90 per 90 meters. Models have been developed by several institutes of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Well, is this model meant to help you evaluate the risks of the portfolio, or will you help the client in a certain way? It's important to say that there are 2 types of models. We forecast the risks and we calculate how much it costs. The second part will be difficult to evaluate. As for the risk assessment, I don't think we'll have any problem. It will be available to the clients, to the regulator, so we can have a shared idea of the situation. We have been able to find solutions that work the same way. I think it's going to become a point of our cooperation with our partners in Africa, South America, and Asia, because we have similar problems with them, and they should understand in rupees and dollars, how much it costs to tackle the problem. That's very interesting. Thank you. A particular know-how, a particular solution. Thank you, Nazar. Do you have a video? We could just look at it. Have a look at this video. I would now like to turn to Alexander. We started to talk about the topic of the real sector, and quite recently we had the Global Future Risk Report issued, where the climate risks are mentioned ranked quite high. They're at the top, and we can see that so many sectors like hydro energy, like other risks, hydro generation, like heat waves, it decreased 8%. So it's like the domino. It entails certain other consequences for the energy industry, the greenhouse gas emissions, 0.2%. So there is a direct effect on that, on the industry, on some adjacent industries. So my question would deal with the risks and how those risks, we have defined that the risks are quite important for the operational activities, for the financial sector, for the real sector. How do you take into account those risks in your planning, in your operational activities, in terms of internal tools to assess those risks, building them into the corporate level risk assessment or corporate risk mix?
Good morning, dear colleagues. This is great, actually covering such an important topic at the end of this COP. So what's the purpose of our meeting? For example, speaking about flood models are very important because around 80% of our hydro generation depends on these huge stations. No system is isolated. So, of course, the emission change as well. And speaking about in the framework of hydro energy, we're not just we don't just manufacture the system. We also like support and manage the stock system, for example, in Volga River. And we also have to maintain the balance because the river is not just our tool to produce power, but this is an infrastructure hub for cargo transportations, for agriculture, the source of water. And of course, it's very interesting, if possible, to try to maybe merge to test the system in this common approach, because during designing and building of hydropower stations, we considered 10, 20, 30, 45 years. There are still some stations that are more than 75 years older, and they are still used maybe as a reserve capacity for also for peak demand. Also, in our country, there is a complex program to prevent the flooding, the flood rise, for example, in Amur, where it can be catastrophic, and also the insurance risk, the coverage cannot really cover the actual damage and loss, and the future damage will be even higher. And we'll look at the, for example, for standard NPPs, we are talking about the risk for power generation, not just in the winter period where the heating is involved, but also in the summer period where the water needs to be conditions cooled, because a lot of energy is used to reach this goal. But this is a small portfolio that we are talking about, but for the people using the services are crucial because their life depends on that, because there are some stations located in Yakutia, in Kamchatka, in Chukotka regions. We are trying to revamp the power generations. We are replacing diesel plants with combined plants for chemical energy, for the storage, and we need to understand our fuel resources. For example, if with -50 in Yakutia we should stop the plant, this will have catastrophic consequences. So all of these approaches makes us pay very close attention to risk assessments and risk forecasting as well, because we're talking about different terms and different impacts on our economic activity. If we are talking about automatic power units, power stations, the risks are really low, but they are still impacting very much the social part. If we are talking about the European part of Russia, the reduction of manufacturing due to the changing water level will lead to huge profit losses, economic losses, but they are not critical for the population depending on our energy. So all these risks need to be taken into account during the designing phase. For example, when we designed the Rybinsk hydropower station, there were no such risk, but there was the environment impact assessment system also forecasting for up to 20 years. We see the climate conditions are changing very rapidly. The rains are changing as well, the level of water. So we need the scientific support because we are not just talking about the emissions of water storage. We need to assess other criteria because we're working with our scientific institutes in order to understand the sustainability of their function. We need to take into account environment, social factors, management. Also, our company includes the risk related to climate changes, and there are actual risks, impact of the climate changes, for example, natural catastrophes and the water level change, and also the regulatory risks, because we can see that our legal instruments, the laws that are adopted, actually directly impact the operation of our countries. The Sakhalin experience was involved in this experiment. We calculated the water amount, and we understood that in actual business conditions, providing power and heat to the population, we could not reduce the emissions. And there were, on the other hand, the economic impacts. So due to this risk management, effective risk management, we implemented the project and managed it successfully, because we cannot just apply fines on the population, the fines that we have to pay for the extra emissions. So this is a complex approach, which is actually customized for each region, and which gives us higher flexibility and ability to adapt to risks within the next 5 years. I think this is our horizon for planning. So this complex integrated approach is very important for risk management. When we are talking about the cutting edge innovations, implementation based on the results of the past years, we tried to stick to CFD and it went successfully. So we use this the standards for reporting in disclosing our information. And we understand that the requests actually promoted by the financial society and regulators, we are ready to face them, because we assess this risk during budgeting, during like the first 2 years of activity, like the fuel expenses, maintenance expenses, repairings, fines, sanctions, and for long-term planning, we understand the short-term planning, because budget is key and financing is key. And we also need to get the incentives, as we are a green company. So we manage our risks. And I think the understanding and the vision of leading best practices and their rational implementation is the basis for success. We can't just blindly follow the modern requirements. We need to understand that there are consumers, and we have to meet their requirements as suppliers, as a reliable partner. If they can rely on us, if we have the trust for our investors, it's easier to implement the projects, because we understand what we can count on. Just another short question to go deeper into detail. Who is in your company in charge of the climate risks? We have a department who is in charge of risk management. I represent a consolidating unit, gathering actually and giving structure to all the requests, and each department, each office submits such data. Thank you. It's clear now. Alexander So this is a bridge also to our next question. We have started talking about transition-related risks. So Maxim, you are with us. A question for you. It's not a secret that the Russian economy actually needs a lot of carbon. This is the structure that we have, and we know that we are aware of the current trends. So the cross-border carbon regulation, which is aimed at limiting or maybe extra taxing the export products. We are aware of the situation in the European Union, and maybe such similar systems will be implemented in other countries we are partnering with and we are trading with. And it's clear that it will impact the volume of our export and also the profit that we get from our export products, because we will have to pay this quasi-duties for the carbon capacity related to our products, but also Russian institutions, our banks have in their portfolio a lot of companies, a lot of branches, such as oil market and brown sectors, and it will impact the economic stabilities and the economic stability of bank and financial institution. So speaking about the Bank of Russia, do you take into account this risk currently, and what measures are taken to manage this risk? Thank you so much. Indeed, the issue of assessment of transition-related risks are very topical for us, and we are working to analyze this. You have talked about the cross-border carbon regulation in the EU. And first of all, we are paying very close attention to transition risk, so to cross-border carbon regulation. In 2021, we published a document dedicated to the assessment of potential consequences of carbon regulation, its impact on the economic sector and financial institutions. This year, we carried out the top-down stress risk for transition risks. I'm not ready to cover the results of this test because it's going to be published a bit later, but still, we are paying very close attention to in-depth analysis. As I have already said, the transition risks are topical due to the climate agenda, climate regulation, because we can see the price and mechanisms for greenhouse gas emissions are expanding. In 2023, the global emissions covered by this mechanism, according to the World Bank, reached 23%, and the coverage of such systems is going to expand in Asian countries in particular. In EU, implemented the first step for emission monitoring as a cross-border regulation mechanism this year, and the implementation of new technologies and the cooperation of the government actually reduces the extractable resources in the energy mix. For example, the International Environment Agency provides a different scenario, but still we see that the hydrocarbons share will drop in a scenario. So, for example, from 60% that was registered in 2022, and it will drop to 5 to 20% by 2050. And to replace the hydrocarbons, we already have the main technologies: renewables, solar, wind power generation, e-cars, electric cars that are now have a huge share of market in a lot of countries, and there are prototypes, for example, the green hydrogen. In the long term perspective, this will actually reduce the hydrocarbons share and the products reaching carbon. So there are risks for the current Russian economic model, also due to the sanctions, which could exacerbate actually the transition risks.
We will also monitor climate and environmental sectors in the corporate sectors. We have about 70 major companies. We see that the industrial leaders set the goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And what's important is that we increase energy efficiency and natural climate projects. And secondary are the re-equipment plans. Due to some external limitations, we have issues with getting some components for renewables projects. In order to assess those risks, we need to take into account their specific features. Climate risks are being implemented through transmission channels. Not the financial companies that are susceptible to those risks, but the contractors of financial companies. I think our companies can face a reduction of incomes or even losses. And there's a certain probability that some stakeholders will have to pay for the carbon units of other countries to pay for their products. And the risks of certain players can be dramatically increased, and those risks will be implemented through traditional risks, for example, through credit risks and market risks, as well as operational risks and insurance risks. Our activities in risk limitations is related to the goals of the Bank of Russia. Development of the financial market is applied to stability and the stable functioning of the market. In view of the risks entailed by climate change, transitory risks of the financial system, we have come to the conclusion that we need to manage the climate risks. We opt for soft regulation. We issue documents aimed at increased awareness of the problems of the financial sector. We pay a lot of attention to disclosing financial information and the management of climate risks. We need to get back to the first question, to the first point. We take into account cutting-edge global practices, and we also take into account the specific features of our market. A recommendation were issued to take into account those risks, and I call upon our colleagues to get familiar with those risks that encompass different stages, such as the detection and monitoring of the risks. We pay a lot of attention to the unique nature of climate risks, which sometimes underplay the current risks. And Nazar mentioned this in his previous speech. We also have some specific approaches to evaluating different risks. We hope that this will enable us to manage climate risks for financial organizations. We can thus eliminate financial losses. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to expand on the topic of products. We might have been brief in our discussion. We have built a bridge to our partners abroad. But if we talk about the Russian market, on which Sber is a systemic organization, and it has a serious influence on the stability of the Russian economy, Russian financial system, and in the light of this, we have a certain financial responsibility, financial burden of the banks, and from this standpoint, are there any products or solutions that could be shared, that you could share with the sub-regional authorities, some companies of the real sector? As we understand, it will have a great influence on the situation. Thank you for the question. Of course, we've been talking about this quite a lot with the Ministry of Emergency Situations, with the regions. As for the adaptation, there is adaptation to climate change. We have some pilots, and as for the models that forecast the risks will be available to everyone, and everyone will be able to use it. If we have the same basis, we can look at this problem from the same perspective, and we will not have to explain to our partners why we're making certain decisions, why we are requesting some data. This would simplify the interaction on the market. And for the regional authorities, I think it will be a great help. There's one problem that I mentioned in the first part. Someone will have to pay for this at the level of the regional economy. And the public money or the private money, the public money in the Russian Federation is not going to subsidize climate adaptation or green projects. Yes, we have regulation. Yes, we have taxonomy. There's a lot of procedures, verification. It answers the question of how, but not the question of why. So the private money has to come up with the initiative, and we have to explain why those risks should be, as any other risk, why it should be part of the business planning. And when we are making a decision on risk assessment, we can look at these losses. If the losses are bigger than the cost of management, then there is no need to manage those risks. And I think we can really understand the value of risks in real time. And the GDP if we are able to do that, we can integrate those business processes with each other. And the recommendations from our colleagues from the central bank will be quite valuable. That sounds very encouraging. Thank you so much. So I have a question to you. Your company is quite we had an issue. We had dealt with the question of the current risks and the way how it will influence some transitory risks. In your opinion, the activities in that sphere, will they be able to help us decrease some transitory risks, and how can that happen? Well, any additional sources of funding can help the companies because the companies become more competitive and more profitable. If we use some new products, then the Rashydro company is developing those products. We are using such tools as voluntary agreements for renewables, and we have some major Russian companies that are part of the process that are confident, that believe in hydro energy, into renewables, and we are also going to enter the market of green certificates in green bonds in February 2024. We're doing preparatory work. One of the platforms that we used for making green bonds, and this was Sayano-Fushinskaya green power hydropower plant. We can see that in order to be a reliable supplier, we need to be aware of those risks. We need to calculate those risks because the demand for renewables, the demand for green certificates does exist. And the fact that we had several different platforms that offer those green certificates, and those certificates are in high demand, is just one point that confirms that. If we amend that with the federal law, we will continue working on selling those certificates to buyers. It's not about it's only about big players, but also smaller players. They understand that it's about their personal responsibility for the contribution that they make into climate change mitigation. It's also about making
возможности для управления теми же самыми финансовыми рисками, потому что для развития и поддержки возобновляемой энергетики существует несколько видов, несколько подходов. Это
so we need several approaches, voluntary bilateral agreements, service contracts, and when we make investment solutions, we need on projects, we need to look which tool we would use. We have some service contracts, we have some modernization contracts. We decrease the consumption of fuel, and the investor which comes to us can see some benefits in implementing those projects in smaller hydro power plants in northern Caucasus regions. So we have power supply contracts in hydro energy, we have green certificates, and all of those products are aimed at increasing the competitiveness and energy efficiency of our companies. The Rashydro company is not an exporter, so we're not affected by transboundary regulation, but the customers who buy green energy from us, they take into account those risks, and their compliance services see that. The approaches are some of the elements to mitigate those risks. As for the benchmarks and approaches to the green products, green capitals, green redistribution products, so they also take into account those factors, and this is an important tool of competitiveness, increased competitiveness, and this will not only increase our competitiveness, but also make it possible for us to work in a better environment. Thank you so much.
нашего последнего спикера. Говорят, что она уже на территории Экспо. Вот я бы хотел сейчас предоставить возможность, если есть вопросы из зала нашим спикерам. Если вопросов нет, я тогда, наверное, сам сформулирую вопрос.
I will ask it myself. So, Maxim, are you still with us?
Конечно.
Yes, I am, sure. Because everybody knows that the new S1, S2 standard has been implemented. So a question for the Bank of Russia. We know that you do not just issue the regulatory standards for the bank sector, but you also a player in the field of the information disclosure. So speaking about this new standard regarding the disclosure of environmental risks, maybe do you have any plans or maybe the cooperation with the Ministry of Finance, other authorities and bodies? Do you have any plans to implement this climate environmental risk disclosure as a mandatory element of reporting, or is it not on the agenda yet? Well, the issue of reporting is always monitored by the Bank of Russia. During the past session, Mrs. Stepanenko was present, so she could speak maybe more in detail on the implementation of the standards, but we are talking with the Ministry of Finance to understand how we could implement such standards here in Russia in order to harmonize the approaches to information disclosure. But the question about the terms and specific approaches is yet to be addressed. Okay, it's clear enough. You're thinking about it, but not ready to share the details. It's in the answer as well. So Ms. Naidu has joined us, so I would like to ask her a question and pass her the floor. So if we are talking about the statistics, the deficiency of climate financing, enabling us to adapt to climate changes, is between 194 and $366 million. We are talking about considerable amounts. And speaking about financing in general in this sector, we can see that the 20-fold drop in the sector compared to global financing. And the climate-related financing deficiency is very crucial, especially in developing countries. So you represent the Development Bank of South Africa, and I'm sure you have assessed the problem of climate-related financing. So would you please share your opinion on the current risk existing in this field, and how does your bank try to tackle these risks?
Translating? Oh, so I can speak in English? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. And I'm so sorry I'm late. I felt a little bit ill this morning, but nevertheless, I'm here. So let me just quickly go to the point that was raised. I think as DBSA, we have the advantage of being able to raise or obtain concessional finance through the likes of the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environmental Facility. And so on that basis, you know, we do have that unique advantage in terms of trying to leverage climate finance. The difficulty comes in, sorry, is there feedback? Is it fine? Okay. And the difficulty that we find in the African space is that it's very difficult for the African emerging market to actually understand, how to unlock the eligibility criteria for climate finance. So on that basis, it is a little bit difficult. And I think I sat on 2 panels in this time. And one of the areas I really wanted to emphasize is the fact that national development banks like ourselves, we've been a lot more slower up the curve in terms of actually understanding how to leverage the space, because we don't align to the TCFD and so forth. So we've now recently had to go into that direction purely because of the consistency issues. So the MDBs and so forth are requiring us to have certain standards and requirements in place. And we actually have not had that response. We didn't respond to the international global best practice and so forth. So on that basis, we are now trying to seek to really align to international standards and try to also ensure that our partners, international markets, they are confident that we actually have and we are moving in the right direction. So I think once we get that reporting piece right, then we might be able to also pull in a lot of the other stakeholders that are keen to leverage on the back of it, on the back end of it. The commercial banking sector in South Africa, for example, are already aligning to international best practice. So things like the greenhouse gas accounting, emissions standards, and so forth, those are areas that we're not aligning to at this moment. And there's a lot of education we're still doing with our own credit committees, our internal staff, and so forth on what is climate finance, what are sustainability-linked loans, what are those types of debt instruments, and what it can and can't do. So I've also said, through the likes of the Loan Market Association and so forth, then there could be a lot more consistency, especially if we're trying to scale up these types of instruments. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much. Maybe you have some concrete particular tools or maybe approaches to climate risk you can share with the audience and with other banks. We have Sberbank here, the major bank in Russia. So probably if you have, just share.
So one of the tools that we have in place at the moment is again on the data collection side. It's called the operating and evaluations process. As the DBSA, obviously we try to ensure that whatever investments we make, we actually driving and collecting and providing information about impact. So we developed a tool called the Development Results Template. And in the template, there are sets of indices which go across ESG. So that would be data collection kind of indices. And then we're trying to seek to ensure that we embed it on the back end of the loan agreements. Data is very problematic at the moment. We haven't lined it up to our credit data system, which is effectively what I'm trying to push forward. It's actually a standalone process at the moment, but nevertheless, every transaction has to provide an idea of what these indices are that are relevant and material to the transaction. So from that perspective, we've got that data piece in place. And like I said, we haven't yet lined up in terms of understanding what our financed Scope 3 emissions are through our investment. We are also in early stages, and potentially we would like to line up to the Partnership for Carbon Accounting financials.
Thank you. Коллеги, мне кажется, у нас получилось.
Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues. I think we had a great discussion. We are sitting at the beginning of the route, and there are so many questions, and one of the issues we have touched upon, I think it's one of the key issues, is the risk management in the conditions of the missing historical data. I think this is one of the gaps in the methodology process, because in general, we understand that the insurance coverage are not enough, are not sufficient to enable sustainable operation of industry to evaluate the credit profile, which will impact the credit risk at some point as well. So thank you so much for taking part in our discussion. Thank you for joining us, our discussion. Thank you for our panel. I think we have had a great dialogue. Please, a round of applause for our speakers. We have a question, though.
Thank you so much. So I have a question to Ms. Naidu. How do you see from the perspective of NDBA Bank and maybe current experience in Africa region, the opportunity and potential to implement risk management, ESG risk management factors in financial system within BRICS countries? So could you share some kind of best practices or maybe best knowledges with the BRICS region based on your experience? Thank you.
Okay, and let me remove that. So I think, and are you asking about general risk management across the bank, not just climate risk? So in terms of PDBs, I had worked for commercial banks previously. It is very different. One of the important things that I picked up with public development banks, and it could not be, maybe not all, but I know certainly with us, we're currently working on identifying, for example, environmental and social risk, including climate risk, as an enterprise-wide risk. In that respect, it's a lot more holistic than just driving it through climate risk assessments at investment level. So the way we're trying to encourage it and set it up is that it's driven at an ExCo or executive management level, and then you actually dedicate a structure at the ExCo level. So I'm glad to say that by January next year, we would have had a dedicated structure at the executive management level to own this, although many commercial banks in the SA financial sector have this in place. And then try to drive risk, especially ESG risk, as part of your mainstream risk types. So that's currently not in place. And then start to ensure that you do your quarterly reporting, your dashboards and so forth. Because I think our organization has been very good in terms of the opportunity side, actually. But in terms of the risk element and the reporting side, that still requires a lot of work to be done. So at the moment, and even in terms of best practice, effectively what we have in the SA sector is driving it through your risk committees, having dedicated committee structures at the ExCo level, and then the board structure level from a governance side. And I think when you have your governance and risk, most things fall into place from that point. but we definitely do climate risk assessments as part of our investment. So that part is well embedded. I hope I answered your question.
Коллеги, спасибо. Мы заканчиваем нашу сессию, и я бы сейчас у нас...
Dear colleagues, thank you. We are now wrapping up our session, and I would like to give the floor to Semyon Budyonny, who will share with you our solution in the sphere of AI, ESG, and the sustainable development in climate risks. As I know, I have half an hour, but I will try to be quick. So thank you for the opportunity to talk to you in this conference. We will be talking about what we're doing in terms of technologies as with the use of AI. It's a big topic. We will not be able to encompass all of it, to embrace all of it, but I will just give you some highlights of what we're doing at Sber. But before I do this, let me just cover some notions, some key ideas, and I'm trying to move on to the next slide. Can anyone help me? When we're talking about such topics as AI and ESG, we need to understand what we mean by this tandem. The easiest way is to put ourselves into the shoes of ESG community, AI community, and try to look at it from the perspective of an AI specialist. I represent the community, the part of the community that is more about artificial intelligence. I focus my interests on using artificial intelligence in ESG environment and so on. As for the ESG specialists and the way ESG is looking at AI, in the simplest interpretation is energy efficiency. We look at the calculation powers, capacities of some computing centers. We have language models here. Maybe you have heard anything about GPT. So the training of those models costs about 1 megawatt electric energy, and in order to train such systems, we will need hundreds or thousands video cards, 800 or 300. So it's a toy for big tech companies. So we don't always have the money to train to do this. It takes many months. It's not just a couple of hours. The number of parameters characterizes the complexity of those systems. It's over 100 billion parameters, or sometimes it's more than 1 trillion parameters. And now we talk about the energy efficiency. In the simplest case, now we are talking also about the ethics, the role of the humans, because we live in the era of the generative and artificial intelligence that can synthesize something. Some time ago, we thought of technology as something that can take care of some routines, and now we see the examples of how artificial intelligence can write, can compose music, can paint pictures, can write novels. And in this respect, there is a question of which role will belong to the human being. Will it multiply our capacity, or maybe it will just substitute us? I'm an optimist. I'm quite optimistic about this. A number of jobs will be eliminated, but other jobs will be created. And humans will be exempt from doing some routine tasks. I will focus on several examples. What we did is we resolved a certain problem, solved a certain problem of training energy, training artificial intelligence in terms of energy capacity and in terms of carbon footprint. And I understand that this tracking the carbon footprint just for the sake of it has no sense. It can give you a sense of scale, but it will not provide you any tools to influence technology. It's one thing to train the architecture and the system. Our brain is 1 petaflops. It's not about only thoughts, it's about biochemical processes. So a human brain is very efficient because unlike supercomputers that consume 1 megawatt per hour, so our brain consumes 10 to 20 watts per hour. So we have a library within ESG paradigm as the data science systems. We are always proponents of openness. If the technology is should be open or outsourced open source if it is to be useful. And there is a good example of a company that makes those solutions quite open source, and we have AI trackers which measure the activity of big neural architectures. We have 24,000 downloads, and we are very happy about this. And this model was the most widely quoted among all of those that were published by my team. The idea of measuring the efficiency of energy consumption is quite simple. Just as we evaluate the financial effect of each and every project, we use present value metric. Everything that we get minus all that we invest, OPEX, CAPEX, and we need to calculate the pure effect. When we create a certain technology, AI related or not related to AI, the effect that we get, do we take into account what the impact that we make into that? Can it be that the technology that we created can make the situation worse? When we create a certain technology, it's important for us to evaluate. First of all, this is line number 1, AI technology. We can calculate the CO2 level. On the other hand, when we consume power, we don't have, we have different regions, and 1 megawatt per hour consumes quite a lot of CO2, so there's a CO2 equivalent. In fact, we need to calculate the difference between those two indicators. It's quite primitive, but the IT industry, and we're not the pioneers here. I don't know why we don't use that concept. This concept is quite popular, as we can see. We should not look at. I would like to give you a particular example, not to seem like an author of some unfounded hypothesis. So we have made diagnosis of solar panels. We've integrated this project. We've made an integration for this project. We trained this model. We hit all the benchmarks, and it's not only a research project, it's a real project that's working. The model enables us to see where the solar cells are malfunctioning, and we can also look at the reasons, the causes of that malfunctioning. And we were also interested in how clean the model is, the one that we've trained. Like every researcher, we did not only do one model, we compared ourselves to different models. And this means that our model is 100% reliable. It's quite a simple metric. As for the x-axis, we have CO2 equivalent. We can see that the model reaches 1 kilogram. It turned out that our model is one of the best ones. The VGG model, some neural architecture. In terms of accuracy, it is 80%, which is not apt for the industry. And when we build a model, we need to relate this to business processes. There's a need to track the second dimension, the CO2 efficiency, because that's when we can assess the incremental growth. Our model, compared to this model on the second place, 1% of incremental value costs 1 gram. So we need to understand how much our quality costs in terms of CO2 equivalent. There are other models in medicine. We have trained some models that makes it possible for us to measure some heart pathologies. We had a hypothesis that those models that are surrounded by the dotted line, they can be not the easiest, but this the trickiest, the most sophisticated. So we taught ourselves how to solve apply the tasks, but now then we needed to understand how we could make our models more efficient. How could we take a model and optimize it from region to region? It can differ. The indicator of CO2 in power generation, it can be different, very different, and it has. So if we train big models in clouds, what if we can just not only take one region with a cluster inside? Well, if you've driven by Skoltech, there is a big cube. This big house, this big building is Christofari. This is a huge infrastructural power. What if I just launch a model? What if I just do this not in this house? Maybe my energy is not so green. What if I just split my training facilities across different regions? And what if I make a split? So it became possible, and now we have a library of Echo Forecast, which enables us to make that split. What's the essence of that? Here we have CO2 capacity of power generation for a particular country in Northern Europe. You could see it's Denmark. You could see that it's 120 kilograms per megawatt of power. It's not a lot because in that region we have lots of green energy. The more green energy we use, the more volatility we also can observe. This can be plus minus 50, the dispersion. Now the question is, we have a region and we're interested in launching big calculations what we're saying. We don't not interested.
Ниже вот этой красной пунктирной линии.
So below the red dot line. So we made an experiment for 200. We did the computing, the calculated CO2, and when we trained another neural net for forecasting. So in countries with a high share of green energy, we depend greatly on the climatic change, on the sun, wind conditions. So if we have a very precise forecast, we can forecast the CO2 capacity. So the yellow one is the actual one, and the blue one is the forecast. You can see like a very good match. Imagine for this applying to different regions, to different information clusters, we can split it to all the regions and then merge the results. This is a very basic approach. The idea is easy. The implementation was not so easy, but we created this library, which actually allows us to save up to 90% of energy and CO2 capacity. This is just the technical routine details. I can address them later. There are also other examples of libraries, open libraries. We have created another library, ESGFI, as a bank. We had to process huge amounts of public announcements data. Also for the banks that we serve as customers, we need to monitor their risk, ESG risk. So we needed this conveyor approach, so we trained a model which, based on the ESG data, can identify the risk, identify its subcategory, and we can identify it very precisely. Because we can have a lot of subscribers for up to like 10,000 a day, and we can categorize all this data. And we had success also with the support of our ESG administration, because in order to train the model, we need like this input data. So this administration provided this. So for our neural net took part in this around-the-clock system training, and finally it had produced a great impact on our model. This model is accessible in 2 languages. It works pretty all right, and it has been downloaded for some 1,000 times already. When we create some open products, we can we get the transparency in the demand evaluation, and we get a lot of feedback to understand, for example, for the product integration, also to find some troubles, defects, because if we cannot assess the risk, we cannot manage it. And for example, speaking about artificial intelligence field is very precise, thorough field. We need to measure everything we can measure. So open technologies actually increase this measurability and transparency, which is good. As I've said, because speaking about our technology, is it like a dirty technology or not? We have developed this ESCAD-like model, which actually enables us to evaluate the solar elements, the solar panels. How is it connected to the like green share increase in the total portfolio? We're taking baby steps, but they still be very specific and measurables, because the more such steps we can take under the climate ESG agenda, the more our ESG input grows. And maybe the last example We also implemented a project for detecting various types of waste at 3 different plants. When we went ahead and created this open data set published on Kaggle, which is the biggest platform for solving applicable tasks in data science. Companies supported Spaces, for example, it was supported Google. And so this data turned out to be quite popular, and scientists actually started getting involved in this project, even if they're not related to ESG. So we need various specialists, IT specialists, AI specialists, are not usually passionate about the ESG agenda. So in order for them to get involved in this agenda, you just don't sell them the ESG and you this something driving force, like their curiosity that drives this usually the scientists. So the scientists would like to write like nice articles, carry out researches. So this benchmarking actually helps us solve such this issue. We create this data set. I think I'm on time. We have some time for Q&A. I think the message is that the bridge between the AI and ESG is now being built. So these are just the examples of what we are doing, and we invite you to join us to create something better, something more open, so for a better world. Thank you so much. That's it. Do we have any questions? No questions so far.